Chapter 764. Such a fast speed. Morong Chingcheng squeezed her eyes. She could feel that the explosive Fire King's speed was not because of his powerful Zhenyuan, but because of his usage of the profound sense. He could use 10% of the pushing force to increase his speed by 20% or even 30%. Who are you? The explosive Fire King studied Yi Chen and Morong Chingcheng as a light flame shone on his body. Is the name that important? Yi Chen was also studying the explosive Fire King. His cultivation was undoubtedly at half-step king warrior level. But compared to the tough king, the explosive Fire King's Zhenyuan was more solid, as if there was a volcano compressed inside his body. Before he even arrived, it was already hard to breathe. Yi Chen estimated that the explosive Fire King's Zhenyuan was at least 3 times more than the tough king's. Not counting the purity, it would be more than 10 times more than Yi Chen's. This person's cultivation is almost at the Thunder Spirit King's level. I wonder how powerful he is. Cultivation was still cultivation. If one did not have enough profound sense, the power gap would still be huge. I do not care who you are. Since you have come to the Iron Valley District, then don't leave, or you can choose to be my subordinates. Morong Chingcheng was able to beat down Iron 6 with one attack, so she must be very powerful. Although Yi Chen had not attacked yet, with the explosive Fire King's eyes, he could naturally tell that Yi Chen's threat was even more powerful than Morong Chingcheng's. Being your subordinate will depend on whether or not you have the power to do so. Morong Chingcheng said. The explosive Fire King said, "A couple of days ago, there was also a young man and woman who came to challenge me. But right now, I have locked them up in the Iron Valley prison. That young man is quite powerful. At such a young age, he already has top half-step king warrior battling power. Do you think your battling power is even more powerful than him? You will know after you try." Yi Chen did not even need to guess to know that the young man and woman were Dongfang, Hao, and Meng Xiaoling. Dongfang Hao was very powerful, and since even he was not the explosive Fire King's opponent, then the latter's power must be horrifying. But this was exactly what Yi Chen wanted. Those half-step king warriors before him were too weak, and he had not even used 1/3 of his power. Looks like you're very confident. The explosive Fire King wanted to test it out, but seeing that Yi Chen did not do anything, he thought to himself. He did not think that Yi Chen would be able to bring out that much battling power with his peak level late seas of Soul's realm cultivation. Boss, don't be careless. Iron 6 had seen the great battle a couple of days ago. He could tell that the explosive Fire King had already used 90% of his power to fight against Dongfang. How? Don't worry. The explosive Flame King waved his hand. There is a limit to my patience. A couple of days ago, I gave them a chance and only put them in jail for 3 months. However, you guys will not be so lucky. Otherwise, everyone would think that I, the explosive Fire King, am easy to talk to. The explosive Fire King was a bit depressed as well. He had just defeated Yi Chen a couple of days ago, and now there was another Yi Chen. Did they all think that he, the explosive Fire King, was easy to bully? Of course, he did not know that Yi Chen had already swept the 3rd devouring island, and he was the only one left. Chin. Yi Chen did not say much as he slowly took out his thunder disaster sword. A crystal-like lightning flashed once on the sword blade, and the air was sliced open without a sound. Take this. Holding the sword in his right hand, Yi Chen threw out a sword attack. Woo, woo, woo. The dark gold pattern tore open the sky. The space between the two seemed to have turned into a peaceful lake. Meanwhile, the attack that Yi Chen had thrown out was like a huge rock thrown into the lake, bringing up a powerful pattern and attacking toward the explosive Fire King, who was not far away. Not bad. The explosive Fire King did not dare to slow down. A dark red, massive iron hammer appeared in his hand. Flames were burning on the surface of the hammer, shining brightly. He threw out a hammer attack toward the center of the pattern. Boom, 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 boom. The Iron Valley area was full of mountains, but once the two exchanged attacks, a huge part of the mountains started to collapse. It was like the sky was falling. Could it be the explosive fire profound? In the first exchange of attacks, Yi Chun had realized that the explosive Fire King's fire profound was very different from the others. If the pure fire profound was just burning, then the explosive Fire King's fire profound was like thunder, exploding crazily. Yi Chen's guess was right. The explosive Fire King had indeed learned the explosive fire profound. The explosive fire profound was actually a fire profound as well. However, because it had abandoned the soft part of the fire profound and increased its attacking power, the explosive fire profound was even more destructive than the fire profound. In terms of attacking power, it was undoubtedly more powerful than the normal fire profound. Of course, it did not mean that the explosive fire profound was better than the normal fire profound. Everything in the world had its own reason for existing. The soft part of the fire profound was not useless. In other words, the fire profound was also divided into yin and yang, and the explosive fire profound was more masculine. Metal and water combined profound. And this sword intent, the explosive Fire King, was shocked as well. Yi Chen's gold pattern contained both the metal profound and the water profound. The combination of the two profounds would complement each other, and the degree of integration would be very high. However, Yi Chen's sword intent was obviously more powerful, which made the explosive Fire King even more cautious. 9 layers of fire ocean. The explosive Fire King had learned the explosive fire profound, so he liked to be the main attacker in battles. After blocking out Yi Chen's attack with one attack, he quickly started his counterattack. The dark red iron hammer vibrated 9 times in the air, and 9 layers of exploding fire waves overlapped together, attacking towards Yi Chun. Pop! 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 The space was twisting. The power of the 9 layers of fire waves was unbelievably powerful. The entire space seemed like it could not handle it anymore. Impressive! After Yi Chun waved out that sword attack, he had already lifted up his thunder disaster sword again. At the tip of the sword, a black thunderball appeared quickly, spinning and expanding at an extremely fast speed. By the time the explosive Fire King started his counterattack, the size of the thunderball had already exceeded its previous size. It was dozens of meters in diameter, and the black thunder light had even darkened the sky. At first glance, it looked like a black sun, vast and horrifying. Go! Yi Chun threw out a sword attack. Shoo! The huge black thunderball flew out agilely, bouncing around like a star, chasing after the moon and the stars. It seemed like the stars were moving, breaking through the limitation of the space. Dong! In the next instant, the black ball of lightning collided with the 9 layers of fire waves, and a deafening sound erupted. This kind of vibration was not much weaker than a meteor crashing into the ground. Circles of spatial ripples swept in all directions, and the heavenly lightning stirred up the earth fire. 13 layers of waves. The power of the explosive Fire King was not just for show, it was the real deal. He tore apart the shock wave and flew towards Yi Chun. The iron hammer in his hand kept waving in the air, throwing out layers and layers of fire ocean. With the power of the fire waves, his speed became faster and faster, attacking towards Yi Chun. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Chun's expression did not change. He waved his thunder disaster sword casually, and a circle of dark gold pattern appeared, blocking out the incoming fire ocean. In a blink of an eye, Yi Chen waved out 13 sword attacks. 13 circles of pattern appeared with him as the center, quietly blooming, looking extremely beautiful and powerful. With his shocking speed, the explosive fire king surrounded Yi Chen and attacked him like a blacksmith who was forging an extremely hard metal. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's metal was just too hard, not giving any face to the explosive fire king at all. No matter how much power the explosive fire king used, he could not break in at all. It was just a waste of energy. Explosive fire shock. Finally, the explosive fire king used his ace attack, throwing out a hammer attack. As this hammer attack was thrown out, the space in front of him twisted drastically. The rolling fire wave was like a sound wave, vibrating crazily. In the past, the explosive fire king had used this attack to kill countless half-step king warriors. Even if it were other half-step king warriors at the same level, they would have to avoid it. Boom! The fire wave rushed out, and Yi Chen was blown away dozens of miles, bringing up a trail of sparks on his body. Under this attack of mine, you should have suffered a very serious internal injury. This kind of internal injury would not be healed in a short period of time. The explosive fire king knew the power of the explosive fire shock very well. He did not think that Yi Chen would be able to survive it unless he was wearing a pseudo-extreme rank armor. But pseudo-extreme rank armors were just too rare, and not everyone had one. Yi Chen indeed had a pseudo-extreme rank armor, which was the bronze armor he got from the Iron Hand King. However, he did not activate it. Although the explosive fire king's explosive fire shock had an unbelievable destructive power, it would not be able to wound him at all. It would already be impressive if it could make him back out dozens of miles. What a powerful ace attack! Yi Chen stopped and said with a smile, "You are not hurt." The explosive fire king frowned. Yi Chen waved his arm. The dragon bone defense layer on his skin had disappeared, and his muscles were a bit sore. Just then, besides not using his most powerful ace attack, he had already used all of his power. Even so, the explosive fire shock had still damaged some of his internal organs. But Yi Chen had the undying body, so all of those organs had been healed within a second. So powerful, he could even take on the boss explosive fire shock without being hurt at all. Iron Six opened his mouth wide, looking very shocked. Everyone in the Iron Valley area was also shocked. They had been living in the Iron Valley area for so many years, and they had never seen anyone push the explosive fire king to this extent. "I have seen your explosive fire shock. Now, I will show you my waning moon." If it were not for the fact that he wanted to know more about the explosive fire king's level and his own power, Yi Chen would not have bothered with him until now. Now, it was time to end it. Bring it on. The explosive fire king was ready to fight, his eyes staring at Yi Chen without blinking. The smile on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth disappeared. His palm held the Thunder Disaster Sword, neither too lightly nor too heavily, as he threw out a sword attack. It was as smooth as flowing water. Not good. The explosive fire king's eyes widened. In his sight, the sky and the ground had completely disappeared. There was only a crescent moon-like black sword power breaking through the air. The black sword power was getting bigger and bigger. Even his sight could not contain it. That kind of feeling was like he was in the middle of a starry sky watching a broken planet flying towards him. Boom! The black sword power had messed up the explosive fire king's sense of time. He had only just lifted up his hand when he felt like his body had been struck by lightning. He was blown backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. Crack! That sword attack had not only blown away the explosive fire king, it had also split the mountains below him into two halves. All of the mountains had been squeezed to the sides, and the rumbling sound was still there. Chapter 765. My Cave. On the devouring island, There were not many places where one could build a cave. It was impossible to build one on a flat land. Therefore, mountains and hills were all good places to build one. The Iron Valley area was the biggest area of the number 3 devouring island, so it had the most mountains and caves. Before, the battle between Yi Chun and the Explosive Fire King had already destroyed a lot of caves, and now it was even worse. More than 30% of the caves in the Iron Valley area had been destroyed. The good thing was that the commotion outside was too loud, so most of the people had already left the caves. So there should not be any deaths. Looking at the mountain area that had been completely destroyed, everyone wanted to cry, but had no tears. Of course, compared to the caves being destroyed, Yi Chen's power had shocked them 100 times more. Who was the Explosive Fire King? He was the top half-step king warrior on the number 3 devouring island. Even the Black Water Alliance did not want to pressure him too much, so they had given him some special privileges. Out of the 30 regions, only the Iron Valley area had the highest dark power distribution, which was 30 to 70 with the Black Water Alliance. Pooh! The power of the crescent-shaped sword power was too powerful, and it was extremely powerful as well. The Explosive Fire King felt like all of his organs were about to be squeezed out of his mouth as blood kept on puking out. In the end, the Explosive Fire King only managed to stop after he had smashed through 4 mountains of the devouring island. However, his battling power had probably been reduced by 80 to 90%. With one sword attack, the Explosive Fire King had lost badly. The waning moon is indeed powerful. After reaching peak level late seas of Soul's realm, it was the first time Yi Chun had performed the waning moon, and the result was very satisfying. Even a top half-step king warrior like the Explosive Fire King could not fight back at all. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chun did not want to kill the Explosive Fire King, he might not be able to survive. Even so, the power of the waning moon was still a bit out of Yi Chen's expectation. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was reasonable. Among all of Yi Chen's profound sense martial arts, the waning moon was already the most mysterious one. It contained 80% of the gold profound and 60% of the water profound. Once the 2 profound were combined, it would not be as simple as 1 plus 1. It would be multiplied. In other words, even among the high-rank profound sense martial arts, the waning moon would be one of the top ones. Boss lost. Iron Six Face was pale. Yi Chen's strength was unimaginably strong. He had no way to calm down. Furthermore, Yi Chen looked so young. From his appearance, he looked to be in his early 20s. His real age was probably no older than 30. Let's go collect the Zhen Yuan crystals. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen asked Murong Qingqing to gather up the warriors of the Explosive Fire King. He believed that he had defeated the Explosive Fire King with one sword attack, which should be enough of a deterrent. If there were really some people who did not have eyes, then they must be stupid. The Iron Valley zone was indeed the number 1 zone of the 3rd devouring island. The amount of Zhen Yuan crystals they collected was several times that of the other dark forces. The Explosive Fire King's followers had contributed 3,000 Zhen Yuan crystals, and the Explosive Fire King himself had contributed 20,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. Altogether, it was 23,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. Adding with the 67,000 Zhen Yuan crystals that he had gotten before, the total was just over 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals, which was more than enough for Yi Chen and Murong Qingqing to leave. Of course, Yi Chen did not plan to leave just yet. The devouring island was something that could only be found by luck. In there, one could create their own Zhen Yuan crystals. 1 Zhen Yuan crystal would be worth 100,000 top-rank soul stones on the Crystal Island, which was very shocking. If it were somewhere else, one could even be worth 200,000. Therefore, Yi Chen planned to get enough Zhen Yuan crystals here. He would not only need to prepare himself to become a half-step king warrior, but also to become a life and death realm warrior. Unfortunately, the Zhen Yuan crystals would not work for Murong Qingcheng. What Murong Qingcheng needed were demon power crystals, which were extremely rare in Elysium. Besides Murong Qingcheng, there was no one else who trained demon power, which meant that Murong Qingcheng would have to rely on herself. For the sake of Murong Qingcheng, Yi Chun decided to stay on the Devouring Island for a while longer, so that Murong Qingcheng could make more demon power crystals. With Murong Qingcheng's power, she could make more than 100 demon power crystals in a month, which would be close to 500 in 4 months. 500 demon power crystals should be enough for Murong Qingcheng to train to the life and death realm. As for after that, she would have more choices, and it would not be limited to demon power crystals. It's him. Dong Fang Hao and Meng Xiaoling left the Iron Mountain District Prison and mixed in with the crowd. In fact, the Iron Mountain District Prison would not be able to hold them at all. But they did not dare to leave, because once they did, they would definitely anger the Explosive Fire King. Therefore, no matter if they were willing or not, they would still choose to stay in the prison for 3 months. Right then, a huge part of the mountain had been destroyed. Dong Fang Hao and Meng Xiaoling flew out of the broken prison. Seeing that it was Yi Chun who had beaten the Explosive Fire King, they had mixed feelings. Ever since they first met Yi Chun, they had not taken Yi Chun seriously at all. But as time went on, Yi Chun's power, whether intentionally or unintentionally, had increased their evaluation of Yi Chun. It was not until Yi Chun had killed Tu the Third that they finally realized that Yi Chun was not a sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing. Pissing him off would result in a brutal counterattack. However, Dong Fang Hao was not easy to deal with either. Although Yi Chun had killed Tu the Third, he did not think that Yi Chun was more powerful than him. However, right then, Yi Chun, who had beaten the Explosive Fire King, had already proved that he was more powerful than Dong Fang Hao, so he could not argue back. Damn it! Dong Fang Hao clenched his fists tightly. Brother Hao, let's not mess with him in the future. Meng Xiaoling turned her head subconsciously. Seeing Dong Fang Hao's unwilling expression, she hurried to say. Dong Fang Hao said fiercely, "You mean I can't catch up to him?" "No, that's not what I meant. We don't have any big grudges with them." This was what Meng Xiaoling wanted to say. Dong Fang Hao was in his 30s, and Yi Chun looked much younger than Yi Chun. Whether it was talent or comprehension, Dong Fang Hao was weaker than Yi Chun. Even if Dong Fang Hao could improve, how could Yi Chun not? It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Chun was still in a period of rapid development, while Dong Fang Hao had already stabilized. The possibility of him improving by leaps and bounds was very low. Humph! Dong Fang Hao suddenly waved his sleeves, hiding the unwillingness in his eyes. Looking at the void in the north, Yi Chun seemed to have found something. Letting out a breath, Yi Chun turned to Murong Qingcheng and said, "Go to the 4th Devouring Island." The 3rd Devouring Island had contributed a total of 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. Even if the 4th island was not that good, it would not be that bad. Right now, the dark forces on the 4th island still had no idea that they were about to face a disaster. At the center of the 1st Devouring Island was a huge mountain that reached into the clouds. On it stood a magnificent palace, looking extremely majestic. A voice came from the palace on the peak. "You're saying that you were robbed by a man and a woman?" Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man wearing black clothes with golden threads. He was the manager of the Black Water Alliance stationed on the island, and was called Sima Zongwen. "Yes, that youngster is very strong. We couldn't even take one sword strike from him." Below him stood more than 20 people. The tough king was at the front, and behind him were the leaders of the 3rd Devouring Island. "Couldn't even take One sword strike. Sima Zongwen lowered his eyelids. According to the narration of the leaders, he had more or less understood Yi Chen's strength. If he guessed correctly, the latter was definitely a peak half-step king. As for what level, he did not have enough information. Shwa, shwa. Another two figures flew over and entered the palace. What? It's Clearwater King and Yellow Sand King. Everyone recognized them as the Jadewater King of the Jadewater District and the Yellow Sand King of the Yellow Sand District. These two were the top three figures of the third devouring island. You guys were robbed as well. Sima Zongwen frowned. The pale-faced Clearwater King glanced at everyone and said with a bitter smile, "Indeed, that youngster is too powerful. Since you guys have all been beaten, then he should have gone to the Iron Valley region. Let's wait a bit longer." Sima Zongwen did not say anything. The strongest warrior on the third devouring island was the explosive Fire King. If he did not come after a long time, it meant that Yi Chen had already been beaten. If he came as well, then things would not be so good. About half a cup of tea's time had passed. Shwa, a human figure, flew up the mountain and appeared in the palace. Explosive Fire King. Everyone gasped. They did not think that the Explosive Fire King was here to show off that he had beaten Yi Chen. The result was obvious. He had also lost. You don't need to say anything. Sima Zongwen looked at the Explosive Fire King's complexion and knew that he had lost. Plus, he was quite heavily injured, and his qi was extremely weak. Waving his hand, Sima Zongwen said, "You all leave. From now on, my Black Water Alliance will take over this." Yes, the tough king and the rest left. The Explosive Fire King was a bit depressed. He had just realized that he was not the only one who had been robbed. All the other Black Power parties on the third devouring island had been robbed as well. This youngster must have eaten a leopard's guts. Doesn't he know that the strongest power on the island is not the Black Power parties, but the Black Water Alliance? Yi Chen still did not know that he had caused this scene in the palace. But even if he knew, he would not care. Ever since he robbed the Tough King, he had never planned to live peacefully with the Black Water Alliance. Between the two of them, there would be a winner. On the fourth devouring island, many of the leaders of the Black Power parties wanted to cry. Just now, all of their Zhen Yuan crystals had been robbed. The other side was still fine, as he had kept the Zhen Yuan crystals they had made this month, so they would not be punished by the Holy Spirit. But all of their belongings had been robbed. Even the most generous of people would not be able to take it. The fourth devouring island is still a bit weaker than the third one. The most powerful half-step king warriors are only at the level of the tough king. Yi Chen was a bit disappointed. After robbing the fourth devouring island, the Black Power parties had gotten 75,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. Adding the ones from the third island, they had a total of 175,000 crystals. If they were brought out to the outside world, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Even life and death realm warriors would be greedy and try to rob them. Although the Zhen Yuan crystals from the fourth devouring island were not as good as the ones from the third island, there was still a piece of good news. On the fourth island, there was a leader of a Black Power party who was actually a dark creature. Although the demonic power he trained was not that pure, the demonic power crystals he made were definitely real. In this way, Murong Qingqing's demonic power crystals had increased by 2,000. Chapter 766. Swish, 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 swish above the boundless black ocean. A large number of lights rapidly approached. While Yi Chen was plundering the Black Powers on the fourth devouring island, Blackwater Alliance had already dispatched experts in Yi Chen's direction. Since the distance between the islands wasn't too close, Only after Yi Chun had swept through the fourth devouring island did the Blackwater Alliance's experts arrive at the fourth devouring island. Damn, these two don't put my Blackwater Alliance in their eyes at all. Seeing the destruction in front of them, a half-step king beside Sima Zongwen squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Sima Zongwen said, "In the past few decades, it's not like there hasn't been someone challenging our Blackwater Alliance's rule. However, not a single one has succeeded. Zongwen, these two certainly know that the Devouring Islands are under our Blackwater Alliance's rule. Since they dared to do this, they might have some tricks up their sleeves. Don't be careless." Another skinny old man warned Sima Zongwen. Sima Zongwen nodded. "I know, even a lion uses its full strength to capture a rabbit. Don't hold back." Yes, the Blackwater Alliance's experts roared in unison. On the Black Ocean between the fourth and fifth devouring islands, Yi Chun suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "They're here." This Blackwater Alliance seems to attach great importance to us. They've dispatched all half-step kings. Murong Qingcheng also noticed the lights in the distance. Yi Chun said, "Peak Masters won't be of any use. I presume Blackwater Alliance knows this as well. A small group of top master-level warriors could kill normal half-step king warriors and compete with the top warriors among them. But facing a top half-step king warrior, it would be useless. Plus, Yi Chun had defeated the explosive Fire King, which meant that he was one of the top warriors among the top half-step king warriors. Dozens of lights flew over and stopped a few li away from Yi Chun. "State your names." A half-step king roared. "You must be the experts of the Blackwater Alliance. What can I do for you?" Yi Chun asked. Sima Zongwen frowned. "This devouring island is under the rule of my Blackwater Alliance. You ignored the rules here and robbed the Zhen Yuan crystals. Why do you think we're looking for you?" "Under your rule?" Yi Chun pretended to be surprised. "I really didn't know that. Kid, don't be arrogant. If you surrender now, we can still spare your life." Some fiery half-step kings couldn't bear Yi Chun's tone and roared. Yi Chun smiled. "I only know that the devouring island is ruled by the Holy Spirit. Your Blackwater Alliance has fooled the Holy Spirit and made the people here work for you. Those dark powers are all blood-sucking worms, sucking the blood of the people here. I am doing justice for the heavens by robbing their Zhen Yuan crystals." Doing justice for the heavens. Huh? However, you should also know that the weak are prey to the strong. This is one of the unchanging heavenly laws. Sima Zongwen was expressionless. "That's right. The weak are prey to the strong. That will never change. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts and fights. Between me and you, there is no right or wrong relationship. There is only the strong preying on the weak. Rules were just an excuse. The strong preying on the weak was the true meaning." Well said. Very few people can see through things so thoroughly. Sima Zongwen shook his head. "However, you're very stupid. You shouldn't have challenged my Blackwater Alliance. Go." Sima Zongwen waved his hand, and dozens of half-step kings behind him pounced forward. The first to attack was a middle-aged, fiendish man with withered yellow hair. His palms were like two large palm leaf fans as he chopped toward Yi Chun. Following this palm strike, a huge palm imprint appeared on the surface of the Black Ocean, and a boundless chi energy pressed down like an iron mountain. Following closely behind was a skinny old man beside Sima Zongwen. He sucked in a deep breath, and the surrounding air was suddenly sucked out. As for himself, he turned from skinny to fat, and his face became round like an inflated balloon. With a thunderous roar, he punched out. The violent fist energy raised a huge wave on the Black Ocean, looking incomparably frightening. At the same time, fiery energy, overlapping phantoms, dazzling golden blade chi, an indomitable spear light attacked like a torrential storm, not giving Yi Chen the slightest space to dodge. Scram! Yi Chen pulled out the Thunder Calamity sword, and instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet them. He first sent the yellow-haired fiendish man flying with Golden Ripple, causing the latter to spurt out a few mouthfuls of blood. Then he thrust his sword at the fat old man. The sharp sword chi cut the latter's arm, leaving a bloody wound. Yi Chen then pointed his left index finger at the air, breaking the fiery energy and heavily attacking the opponent. This series of actions was completed in a flash. As for the overlapping phantoms, they all brushed past him, unable to injure him in the slightest. The dazzling golden blade chi was also cut off by his finger, greatly reducing its might. Murong Qingcheng wasn't idle either. Her opponent was a spear-wielding half-step king. The two were exchanging blows at high speed, turning into countless afterimages. Only pitch-black arcs of light and spear lights could be seen clashing in the void. This kid's too strong. The fiendish, middle-aged fiendish man who had been sent flying stabilized his body. He discovered that his internal organs had suffered a certain degree of injury, and his battle power had been reduced. This was still because the opponent was fighting one against many and couldn't bring out his offensive power to its peak. Otherwise, his injuries would have been 10 times worse. My Empyrean battle body has been broken. The old man recovered his skinny appearance and was incomparably shocked. After a series of exchanges, more than half of the dozen half-step kings attacking Yi Chen had suffered varying degrees of injuries. Although the remaining few weren't injured, their attacks were also ineffective. 9 swords at the same time. Suddenly, Yi Chen's left hand moved, and a sword flew out from the scabbard on his waist. This was a semi-extreme grade sword, one of the semi-extreme grade swords Yi Chen had obtained from Sky Scorpio King's sword tomb. Its might was even above that of the Thunder Disaster sword, and 2 words were carved on the sword's body. In the past, Yi Chen had never used a semi-extreme grade sword. Firstly, there was no need, and secondly, it was to conceal the sharpness of the sword control art. Afterwards, Yi Chen's various profounds had greatly improved, and the sword control art had suddenly weakened a lot. It couldn't compare to Yi Chen's major profounds. But now, Yi Chen's sword control art had made a lot of progress. From 5 swords simultaneously, it had become 9 swords simultaneously. Adding the fact that the sword he was controlling was a semi-extreme grade sword, the offensive power of the sword control art was no weaker than Gold Ripple, second only to Waning Moon. Chi 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 chi, 9 sword shadows shot out, and 9 half-step kings were sent flying while spurting out blood. A deep cut appeared on their chest armor. Sword control art. Sima Zongwen had been observing Yi Chen's strength the entire time. As long as he could figure out the opponent's strength, he would immediately use his killing move to kill him. Seeing the 9 sword shadows, he couldn't help but blurt out, be it on true spirit continent or in the deep ocean, this sword control art was a lost sword art. He didn't expect to see this legendary sword art in Yi Chen's hands. Of the dozen half-step kings, 9 were heavily injured, and the remaining few weren't in a good state either. On the other hand, Yi Chen's aura was calm, and he seemed to know when to advance or retreat. Back off. Sima Zongwen's face was gloomy. The half-step kings he had brought with him were all experts among half-step kings. He hadn't expected that they wouldn't last more than a few moves against Yi Chen. If he had known this earlier, he would have joined the battle from the very beginning, not giving Yi Chen the opportunity to injure them. This way, Yi Chen's advantage wouldn't be so great. A long staff appeared in his hand. With a stern roar, Sima Zongwen waved the staff. The shining staff shadow was like a star, like a myriad of rays, and like a silver river pouring down, violently attacking Yi Chen. This staff is strange. Yi Chun exclaimed in surprise and raised his sword in front of him. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal clashing, Yi Chun retreated a few steps. The qi around him surged, and the winds and clouds fluctuated. Faintly, a dragon's howl could be heard. Butcher chop! Sima Zhongguan swung his staff through the air again. The powerful staff shadow tore open a huge hole in the black sea below. It was unfathomably deep. Clang! Yi Chun retreated a few more steps, his blood and qi fluctuating. Worthy of being Sima Zhongguan. He's actually suppressing him. The experts of Blackwater Alliance, who had retreated far away, revealed joyous expressions. This shouldn't be strange. Sima Zhongguan has long since become a peak half-step king. Adding the replica dragon extermination staff in his hand, ordinary peak half-step kings can't even last 10 moves against him. Dragon extermination staff. Hearing the words of Blackwater Alliance's expert, Yi Chun seemed to be lost in thought. Take another staff strike. Sima Zhongguan was overbearing. His staff shadows filled the sky, each strike reaping the life. Just as Blackwater Alliance's expert had said, the staff in Sima Zhongguan's hand was a replica of Dragon Extermination Staff. Although Dragon Extermination Staff couldn't compare to a pseudo-supreme grade artifact, it was a top-notch existence among semi-supreme grade artifacts. Moreover, it had a dragon-slaying property. Although it was called dragon-slaying, it actually had a deeper meaning. According to legends, the vitality of dragons was extremely powerful. Moves that could kill a human of the same level couldn't kill a dragon. Since it could slay a dragon, it was naturally easy to slaughter a human. After all, the vitality of a human was several levels lower than that of a dragon. You have Dragon Extermination Staff, and I have Blood-Severing Ghost Finger. Yi Chun raised his left hand's index and middle fingers and slashed at Sima Zhongguan. Rip! A strand of condensed qi and blood was obliterated within Sima Zhongguan's body. What? Sima Zhongguan was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly raised Dragon Extermination Staff to block Yi Chun's blood-severing ghost finger. Dragon Extermination Staff and blood-severing ghost finger seemed to have some similarities. The unblockable power of blood-severing ghost finger was actually mostly neutralized by Dragon Extermination Staff, and the remaining power was negligible. So that's how it is. Yi Chun had a rough understanding of Dragon Extermination Staff's effect. Dragon Slaying Cut. Sima Zhongguan was extremely wary of Yi Chun's blood-severing ghost finger. The Zhen Yuan in his body surged, and a large part of it poured into Dragon Extermination Staff before slashing down. Woo, 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 woo. The staff's shadow, which dimmed the sun and moon, whistled over, faintly carrying the aura of splitting mountains and rivers. Waning moon. Yi Chun raised his sword to meet it, slashing out a black crescent-shaped sword energy. As soon as the sword energy appeared, the sun and moon became even dimmer. Above the Black Sea, the gravity completely disappeared. Vaguely, it was as if a star that was about to shatter had crashed over, destroying everything. Rumble! A semicircle caved in on the Black Sea, and a water pillar shot up into the sky. On the other side of the water pillar, Sima Zhongguan spat out a fountain of blood as he flew out with Dragon Extermination Staff in hand. Eventually, he fell into the Black Sea and crashed into the seabed, his fate unknown. Chapter 767. The broken blood sword floated above Yi Chun's head, its tip shining with a beam of blood light. Making a clanging sound with his left hand, Yi Chun said, "The weak are meat, and the strong eat them. Right now, you guys should be very clear about the situation. Do not do anything stupid." Swish! After saying these words, Yi Chun pointed his left hand, and the blood-ruined sword turned into a beam of bloody light, striking at the spear expert fighting Morong Qingchen. This spear expert was not bad. At the crucial moment, he could still raise his spear and block in front of him. Unfortunately, Yi Chen's defensive sword art had already reached the realm of 9 swords at the same time. Although he blocked the blood-ruined sword's main body, he was caught unprepared by the sword images and was blown back while spurting blood. For a moment, all the experts of Blackwater Alliance brought by Sima Zongwen were gravely injured. Sima Zongwen himself was even worse off. Under Yi Chen's deterrence, no one dared to move. Even if they did, it would be useless. Their current strength had been greatly reduced, and their bodies still contained a trace of destruction sword intent. This destruction sword intent was extremely hard to remove, and the slightest carelessness would cause the sword intent to invade their souls and injure them. After plundering these people's Zhenyuan crystals, Yi Chen was quite surprised. These fellows had very few Zhenyuan crystals. The most among them only had 500 or 600, and the least among them only had 100. In total, they had less than 3,000 Zhenyuan crystals, not even as much as a leader of a dark force. What Yi Chen didn't know was that Blackwater Alliance was different from the dark forces of Devouring Island. Their Zhenyuan crystals were all stored in the crystal storehouse and not carried on their bodies. If they were ordered to leave the island, Blackwater Alliance would naturally supply them with Zhenyuan crystals. Although the leaders of dark forces had a lot of Zhenyuan crystals, they couldn't leave. They were like fat sheep in a pen. No matter how fat they were, it didn't matter. Sima Zongwen didn't die. The moment he appeared on the sea surface, he was subdued by Yi Chen, and the storage ring on his finger landed in Yi Chen's hand. "You dare." Sima Zongwen turned pale. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so daring, even wanting to loot Blackwater Alliance's Zhenyuan crystals. "Don't you think it's ridiculous to say such things now?" Erasing the soul imprint on his storage ring, Yi Chen sent a trace of his consciousness into it. TSK, it seems like you are the top warrior on the Devouring Island. You have more than 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals in your storage ring. Half-step king warriors would only need to pay 100,000 Zhenyuan crystals to get out, and they would be able to enter the Devouring Island at any time. You will regret this. Sima Zongwen knew that he was no match for Yi Chen, so he allowed him to take away more than 100,000 true essence crystals. That's a matter for later. Putting away the Zhenyuan crystals, Yi Chen nodded at Morong Qingcheng and flew towards the number 5 Devouring Island. "Manager, what should we do next? This brat's strength is several times stronger than what we had imagined. With our strength, we definitely won't be able to take him down." The other experts of the Blackwater Alliance flew to Sima Zongwen's side. Sima Zongwen said with a gloomy face, "Let him be arrogant for a while. I'll go invite the Crown Prince." "Invite the Crown Prince." The skinny old man was startled. The Crown Prince hates trouble the most. Although this brat is strong, I don't think he'll need the Crown Prince's help. The Crown Prince he spoke of was the number 1 half-step king of the Blackwater Alliance, and also an unshakable leader of the young generation. Although they had never seen the Crown Prince fight, it was said that he was already a strongest half-step king. Under life and death realm, he was practically invincible. Sima Zongwen shook his head. This person is very strong. Inviting others is not safe. Only by inviting the Crown Prince can we be absolutely safe. He also didn't believe that Yi Chen was a strongest half-step king. Strongest half-step kings were too rare, much rarer than even life and death kings. Although some people could become life and death kings, they might not necessarily be strongest half-step kings. They might even directly enter life and death realm from peak half-step kings. It was just like true spirit continent. Although half-step kings were not as numerous as the hairs on a cow, their numbers were still not small. However, there were only 3 strongest half-step kings. With the crown prince making a move, nothing will go wrong. No matter how strong this brat is, he won't be able to do anything to the crown prince. Seeing Sima Zhongguan's resolution, the experts of Blackwater Alliance revealed cold smiles. The fifth devouring island's population was less than half of the fourth island's, and the sixth island's population was even smaller, only having 3,000 to 4,000 people. After looting the black powers of the two islands, Yi Chen had only obtained 30,000 Zhen yuan crystals, which was better than nothing. Right now, we have more than 300,000 Zhen yuan crystals. Should we go out? Murong Qingcheng asked. Yi Chen faintly nodded. We're only at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm. The two of us only need to pay 100,000 Zhen yuan crystals, and we'll still have 200,000 left. Since you have demonic power crystals, let's go. We can't be careless. Yi Chen was still somewhat apprehensive of Blackwater Alliance. If a life and death king came, he wouldn't even be able to escape. Taking out the naturally formed stone altar, Yi Chen placed 100,000 Zhen yuan crystals inside. Buzz! The stone altar blossomed with an ancient radiance, and the Zhen yuan crystals disappeared. However, there was no movement after that. Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng were still in this world, deceiving us. Yi Chen's complexion was unsightly. The rules don't allow me to deceive people. At this moment, a strange ripple appeared in the void, and the Holy Spirit's figure gradually took shape. Murong Qingcheng closely stared at the Holy Spirit and said, "Then why can't we leave?" The Holy Spirit said, "You've killed 34 people, and you still haven't paid all of their Zhen yuan crystals. The rest will be paid by you, 520,000 Zhen yuan crystals in total." Fuck you. Even someone as calm as Yi Chen couldn't help but curse out loud. He had looted the fourth devouring island and obtained 300,000 Zhen yuan crystals. He thought it would be more than enough to leave the island, but he had never expected that he would owe more and more Zhen yuan crystals. Even if he put in the remaining 200,000 Zhen yuan crystals, he would still owe 300,000 Zhen yuan crystals. This was too much of a scam. If he followed the normal method, he would never be able to leave the island. You're not deceiving us. Murong Qingcheng also felt that it was absurd. You see for yourself. The Holy Spirit waved its right hand in the void, and a moving image appeared in front of the two. When he looted the third and fourth islands, he didn't think that he had killed anyone by mistake. However, it was only his assumption. Since his soul power could only extend 50 meters in the mud and rocks, he couldn't be sure that he hadn't killed anyone by mistake. But this moving scene told him that he had killed a lot of people by mistake. They were all people who were making Zhen yuan crystals in their caves and couldn't escape in time. The rules don't allow me to deceive people. Therefore, everything I've said is the truth. As long as you hand over enough Zhen yuan crystals, you can leave the island. The Holy Spirit's tone didn't change at all. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Chen said, "All right, I believe that you won't lie. But can you tell me what kind of agreement you have with the Blackwater Alliance?" The Holy Spirit said, "Among them, there is a powerful life and death king who communicated with me. As for the details, I can't tell you." After speaking, the Holy Spirit's figure disappeared with the wind. It's harder than I thought. Yi Chen had to admit that what he did before was in vain, and he still owed 300,000 Zhen yuan crystals. In for a penny, in for a pound, Murong Qingcheng said resolutely. "I can only do this for now." Yi Chen's gaze pierced through the boundless black ocean and landed on the other side of the third island, where the first and second islands were located. Sima Zhongguan's figure slowly appeared at a connection point between the island and the outside world. Without any hesitation, he directly flew toward the Crystal Island, raising his speed to the limit. Roughly 2 hours later, Sima Zongwen arrived at the Crystal Island. There were many half-step kings stationed on the island. Sensing Sima Zongwen's aura, they found it strange. Today was not the day to transport Zhenyuan crystals. So why did Sima Zongwen leave the island? Could something big have happened? Sima Zongwen, why did you leave the island without permission? A half-step king greeted him. Sima Zongwen said, Elder Fong, it's a long story. A powerful person has arrived on the island, and he's looting Zhenyuan crystals everywhere. What powerful person? Even you can't handle him? Elder Fong was well aware of Sima Zongwen's strength. The number of half-step kings he couldn't handle was few and far between. The other party couldn't be a strongest half-step king, right? Very powerful. Apart from strongest half-step kings, no one is safe. Sima Zongwen said again, Is the crown prince on the island? Your luck is pretty good. The crown prince returned half a month ago and is currently cultivating in seclusion on the island. I'll notify him for you. Elder Fong knew that the matter was urgent. Many thanks. Sima Zongwen cupped his fists. In merely 2 hours, Yi Chun had looted the second island. There were many experts on this island, and there were even 2 half-step kings on the level of Flame Burst King. There were also many half-step kings on the level of Tough King. However, they could only suffer a crushing defeat before Yi Chun. After looting the second island, Yi Chun and Murong Qingchen arrived at the first island. There were more than 80,000 people on the island, but there were no dark forces. It turned out that the first island was under the direct management of the Blackwater Alliance. Just like the third island, the first island was divided into 30 regions, each of which was guarded by experts of the Blackwater Alliance. Without any dark forces, Yi Chun looted the experts of the Blackwater Alliance stationed in each region, not letting a single one go. We've obtained 130,000 Zhenyuan crystals from the second island. I didn't expect the first island to have twice as many as the second, 270,000. Altogether, we have 400,000. 400,000 plus the 200,000 from before was enough to make up for the remaining 520,000 Zhenyuan crystals. However, Yi Chun was clear that this was still not enough. After looting the first and second islands, it was impossible to not kill anyone by mistake. The caves on the islands were too concentrated. As expected, the Holy Spirit appeared once again. Adding the people you killed by mistake before, there are 50 people in total. You need to make up for 750,000 Zhenyuan crystals. The Holy Spirit spoke in a businesslike manner. 750,000. We still owe 150,000. This time, Yi Chun was very calm. His gaze fell on the huge mountain peak at the center of the first island. There were palaces there, precisely the headquarters of the Blackwater Alliance. Chapter 768. The Devouring Island had 6 islands in total. The number 1 island had the most people, 80,000, and the number 2 was slightly less, around 50 to 60,000. The third island was 30,000. The fourth was close to 30,000. The fifth was 15,000. And the sixth was 3 to 4,000. The total population of the 6 islands was more than 200,000, although most of them were astral-reaching realm warriors, and less than 1/10 of them were Sea of Souls realm warriors. The population was still there. According to the rules of the Blackwater Alliance, an astral-reaching realm warrior would have to hand over 3 Zhenyuan crystals to the Blackwater Alliance every month, and Sea of Souls realm warriors would have to hand over 15. After a month, the accumulated Zhenyuan crystals would definitely be shocking. Plus, it should not be forgotten that most of the Zhenyuan crystals collected by the Dark Power parties would belong to the Blackwater Alliance as well. In other words, the Blackwater Alliance would have 2 portions of income. One would be the Zhenyuan crystals that everyone handed over, and the other would be the Yuan crystals handed over by the dark power parties. If Yi Chen wanted to clear his debt and leave the island, he would have to think about the Blackwater Alliance. Who is it? On this massive mountain peak, there were countless powerful warriors. Countless human figures flew out of the palace, moving as fast as lightning. Yi Chen's speed did not decrease at all. With his body as the starting point, a horrifying destructive sword intent shot out, carrying the will to destroy everything. It swept across in a straight line. That kind of brutal and pure aura made all of the powerful warriors from the Blackwater Alliance feel a chill in their bodies, and their souls were in chaos. All of a sudden, all of the flowers and trees on the mountain peak were wiped out without a trace. At this moment, warriors whose martial will had not reached the fifth step, or were not even half-step king warriors, would not have the courage to fight at all. Let's go in. Within a blink of an eye, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had already arrived outside of the palace on top of the mountain. Stop right there. All of a sudden, 4 half-step king warriors whose power was not weaker than the tough king jumped out from 4 directions, trying to stop Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng. Yi Chen smiled lightly as he took out his Thunder Disaster Sword and waved it out in 4 different directions. For beams of black sword chi were thrown out almost at the same time. The 4 warriors went back the way they had come, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Crack! After blowing away the 4 of them, Yi Chen raised his Thunder Disaster Sword up high and chopped down. The palace was instantly cut in half like a fruit. Not here. Yi Chen glanced around, but did not find any place that could possibly store Yuan crystals. However, he was not in a hurry. With another slash of his sword, the left half of the palace was split into 2. Just like that, Yi Chen swung his sword to the east and to the west. The originally majestic and luxurious palace was like a fruit platter, turning into pieces and strips, falling to the left and right. I found the crystal vault. When Yi Chen swung his sword for the 18th time, the momentum of his sword met with resistance. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. He held his sword with both hands and swung it down. Boom! A large expanse of light blossomed, and everything in front of him suddenly became clear. This was a vault made entirely of crystals. The crystals were not Yuan crystals, but a kind of energy crystal that could be used to set up arrays. The resistance just now was precisely the power of the array, which had been shattered by Yi Chen's full power sword attack. Inside the broken vault was a stone platform. On top of it was a floating light sphere, and inside the sphere was a storage ring. Taking a step forward, Yi Chen arrived beside the light sphere and reached out his hand. Bang! The light ball suddenly shook, bouncing off Yi Chen's palm, making it impossible for him to exert any force. It's the power of space. Yi Chen could feel that the light sphere contained an extremely pure power of space. Normal attacks would not be able to touch it. If one tried to forcefully attack it, the light sphere would break the space and escape into the void. In other words, without knowing the method to open it, no one under life and death realm would be able to obtain the storage ring inside. Slowly letting out a breath of impure chi, Yi Chen extended his right index finger. The void around his finger gradually twisted, emitting a fluctuation that was similar to the light sphere. It was indeed the power of space. Break! Yi Chen poked at the light sphere. Pop! A popping sound was heard as the light sphere shattered. Without the light sphere's support, the storage ring fell down and was grabbed by Yi Chen. After obtaining the storage ring, Yi Chen immediately released his soul power into the storage ring. This storage ring didn't have a soul imprint, so Yi Chen's soul power went straight in, entering its internal space. So big. The storage ring's internal space was much bigger than Yi Chen had imagined. It was more than 20 times the size of a mid-grade storage ring. like a huge plaza. On this flat ground, there were piles of huge chests that were half the height of a human. These chests were all open, and through the gaps one could see the glittering crystal radiance inside. 10 chests, 100 chests, 200 chests. There were so many chests that they almost covered a quarter of the flat ground. Roughly speaking, there were about 200 to 250 chests. According to the size of the Zhen Yuan crystals and the chests, it was not hard to estimate that one chest could hold 10,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. 200 chests would be more than 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals. Take a look. Yi Chen handed the storage ring to Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng took the storage ring and poured her soul power into it. So much. Blackwater Alliance can collect more than 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals in a month. Murong Qingcheng asked suspiciously. Yi Chen shook his head. It should be more than 1 month. It should be 3 months. This month has not arrived yet, so I guess they have only collected a part of it. Based on this, the Blackwater Alliance should be collecting around 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals per month. As for how many months they would transport them, I am not sure. If they were to transport the crystals, they would have to be sent by half-step king warriors, which would cost 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals per trip. One would not be safe, and a few more would add up to hundreds of thousands of Zhen Yuan crystals. It was not a small number at all. Blackwater Alliance had considered this point, which was why they did not transport the crystals every month. Otherwise, it would not benefit Yi Chen so much. There was no mistake this time. 150,000 should be enough. Yi Chen let out a deep breath as a smile appeared on his face. 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals were priceless, and a top-grade storage ring was priceless as well. Although they had been tricked by the Blackwater Alliance, the items they had collected were more than enough. Let's go now. Yi Chen took out the stone altar. All of a sudden, the space above the mountain rippled, and 2 figures appeared. One was Sima Zongwen, and the other was a dignified young man with a purple gold crown on his head. The young man looked to be in his 30s, but his real age was probably in his 40s. His long and narrow eyes emitted a tangible killing intent. As soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto Yi Chen in the palace. It's the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has arrived. Upon seeing Sima Zongwen and the young man, the experts of the Blackwater Alliance revealed ecstatic expressions. Then they looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. Yi Chen sized up the young man and inwardly said, "What a profound cultivation base. Twice as high as the explosive Flame King. Is he a strongest half-step king? Crown Prince, it's him." Sima Zongguan glanced at the peak and the ruined palace, and finally fixed his eyes on the stone platform at the center of the crystal warehouse. Seeing that the light ball on the stone platform had disappeared, he roared as if he had seen a ghost. "You dare to rob the crystal warehouse of my Blackwater Alliance." The Zhen Yuan crystals that the Blackwater Alliance collected on the Devouring Island would only be transported out once every 6 months. This time, it had only been less than 3 months. Even so, there were still more than 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals in the treasury. It would be terrible if they were robbed. Consider this compensation from the Blackwater Alliance. Yi Chen didn't care about the furious Sima Zongwen at all. "You." Sima Zongwen's face turned ashen. "State your name." The young man in luxurious robes didn't make a sound. Only when Sima Zongwen said that Yi Chen had plundered the treasury did his expression change. His face turned gloomy, revealing his killing intent. "Why don't you introduce yourself?" Yi Chen said, "Wang Tai." The young man in luxurious robes looked down from above. "Yi Chen." Nodding, Yi Chen stated his name. "Yi Chen, never heard of you. But it doesn't matter. Hand over the Zhen Yuan crystals, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, you and your girlfriend will wish you were dead." Wang Tai's voice was extremely gloomy, carrying a bone-piercing chill. "Sorry, but the choice is mine." Yi Chen took out 150,000 Zhen Yuan crystals and threw them on the stone platform. Courting death, Wang Tai was enraged. Spreading his 5 fingers, he sent a palm toward Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng. Roar! A dragon roar resounded as Wang Tai's 5 fingers emitted a boundless qi energy. The 5 qi energies were like 5 water dragons, coiling together and pressing down on the mountain peak. At this moment, all living things seemed to have lost their will. Only the frightening dragon roars could be heard, distorting the space around the entire mountain peak. A strongest half-step king, as expected. Yi Chen's pupils shrank. Buzz! The moment the 5 water dragons attacked, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng disappeared. Having lost their target, the 5 water dragons immediately lost control and smashed the huge mountain peak into pieces. Their wriggling bodies drilled up and down in the dust. It was a scene of apocalypse. "You're dead. There's no place for you in this world." The killing intent in Wang Tai's eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the void. The moment Yi Chen disappeared, a faintly discernible voice reached Yi Chen's ears. "I'll be waiting for you." Yi Chen's voice came from the void. Humph! Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Wang Tai tightly clenched his right fist, causing the ground below to crack. "Crown Prince, this bastard took away more than 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals. We can't let him escape." Sima Zongwen was about to go crazy, although Yi Chen's strength was too high, and the loss of the treasury had nothing to do with him. The Blackwater Alliance couldn't let him off the hook. Moreover, his lucrative position as Zongwen would be in jeopardy. Wang Tai coldly said, "Those who aren't from my Blackwater Alliance will only appear in one place after being transported out of the devouring island, the chaotic demonic ocean. After I leave, I'll lead a group of people to hunt him down. As for you, go to the Alliance headquarters and beg for forgiveness." After speaking, Wang Tai took out the Zhen Yuan crystals he had prepared and directly tossed them into the air. With a swish, the Zhen Yuan crystals disappeared, and Wang Tai's figure also gradually faded away. Chapter 769. It was not Yi Chen's first time experiencing it, so it should not be too bad for him. However, the truth was the opposite. Both Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng felt extremely uncomfortable after being teleported out of the devouring island. Not only did they feel dizzy, but their blood and Zhen Yuan also started to flow in the opposite direction, as if they were about to burst out of their bodies. This state lasted for a long time. Gradually, a flash of light appeared in the chaotic nothingness. The light was extremely dazzling, as if many spears of light were condensing and stabbing towards them. Pop! The two were teleported out of the chaotic world. What a strange teleportation. Yi Chen had not regained his sense of direction and balance yet, so he just floated in place, waiting for his body to recover. Murong Qingcheng did the same. They did not lose control for long. About 10 breaths later, the two completely recovered. Originally, I thought that the devouring island was just a lost plane. Now, it seems that it is not so simple. Yi Chen looked around and realized that they were on the vast ocean. He let out a sigh of relief and said to Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng nodded. The devouring island's rules are different from Elysium's. If it is a lost plane, then the rules should be similar to Elysium's. Yi Chen said, "We can think about the devouring island later. But this ocean is a bit strange." Although the ocean beneath their feet was no different from other oceans, and there was nothing strange about it, Yi Chen had a feeling that the ocean below was darker and more ruthless than other places. Occasionally, small fishes and shrimps darted out, giving off an awe-inspiring feeling. It is demonic qi. Morong Qingcheng said. Demonic qi? Yichen suddenly understood. No wonder he felt that it was familiar. It was the source of demonic power, demonic qi. Murong Qingcheng continued, I can feel that the demonic qi is coming from the bottom of the ocean. The deeper we go, the stronger the demonic qi. Then isn't this your paradise? Yichen smiled. The demonic energy here is indeed very dense, but it's also mixed with other things. Murong Qingcheng, who possessed pure demonic energy, seemed to have sensed something and looked toward the northwest. In the northwest direction, a large black dot had appeared out of nowhere. The black dot was moving at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was still on the horizon, but in the blink of an eye, it was already more than 100 miles away. Moreover, it was flying towards Yi Chen's direction at an astonishing speed. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have already hurriedly avoided it. However, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had not yet figured out the situation, so they naturally would not avoid it in order to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. So. Of course, these black dots were not black dots, but human figures. These figures were divided into two groups. The group in front had fewer people, only 7 or 8 people, while the group behind had more than 30 people. The two groups were chasing each other. What surprised Yichen was that the group in front had a demonic beast shadow behind them, while the group in the back also had a faint demonic qi ripple on their bodies. It's the half-monster clan and the demonic human clan. Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Murong Qingcheng's face turned slightly solemn. When they were less than a few miles away from Yichen and Murong Qingcheng, the group of 7 or 8 people from the half-monster clan was caught up by the group of 30 demonic humans. These 7 or 8 people were led by a white-robed woman. She looked around as if she was facing a great enemy. Her eyes swept past Yichen and Murong Qingcheng, and she blinked her eyes as if she was hinting at something. Should be from the Silver Moon White Fox clan. Not bad at all. The phantom of the white fox behind the white-robed woman was very clear, and there was a silver crescent moon imprinted on the white fox's forehead. It was not hard for Yichen to guess that she was the descendant of the Silver Moon White Fox King, and a human. As for the white-robed woman's blinking eyes, it should be a signal for them to leave. Miss, we'll stop them. You run quickly. The young man next to the white-robed woman said anxiously when he saw that they were surrounded by many demonic humans. The white-robed woman said, Our Silver Moon White Fox clan is not an ordinary demonic fox clan. We have never abandoned our clansmen. Miss, don't argue at this time. You staying here is useless. As long as you can avenge us in the future, it's fine. The old man on the white-robed woman's right tried to persuade her. The white-robed woman smiled bitterly. Do you think I can escape? Even if I can escape for a while, they will still catch up in the end. At that time, I'll be the only one left. It's better for everyone to risk their lives now. Maybe we will have a chance to survive. Ha! Why aren't you running anymore? I've chased you for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought I could play for a few more days. The demonic human in the lead was a middle-aged man with an abnormally robust body. His upper body was naked, and his muscles were like streamlined metal. His arms had already lost the shape of a human, becoming 2 extremely thick black arms. 2 sharp white bones extended from his elbows and shoulders, and the hand that held the spear had sharp curved nails that flickered with a strange black light. Just like the middle-aged demonic human, the other demonic humans all had their upper bodies naked, and there was always a part of their body that was different from ordinary humans like demons or devils. Demonic transformation. Yi Chen could tell that these demonic humans could all transform, and the part of their transformation was extremely sinister, far more frightening than the demonic humans on True Spirit Continent. Our Silver Moon Arctic Fox clan has no enmity with your demonic humans. Why do you have to force us? Do you really think our Silver Moon Arctic Fox clan is easy to bully? The white-robed woman held a silver-white thin sword in her hand, her expression stern. Hee hee, who doesn't know that Chaotic Demon Ocean is our demonic human clan's territory? Since you're here, you'll have to accept our management, put down your weapons, and follow us back obediently, and we might let you live. Otherwise, apart from you, everyone else will die. The middle-aged demonic human grinned. Don't think I don't know what you're planning. In these years, countless demonic beasts have disappeared in Chaotic Demon Ocean. Most of them were captured by you guys. The white-robed woman also didn't want to come to Chaotic Demon Ocean. Although the ocean was extremely evil and rich in demonic chi, it was precisely because of this unique environment that some rare spirit plants grew here. The white-robed woman had come precisely for the demonic silver grass. Since you already know, why bother asking? Are you going to follow us obediently, or are you going to fight and leave behind a few corpses? The middle-aged demonic human's arms were shrouded in a layer of black chi, as if they were demonic arms burning with ghost flames. Don't even think about it. The white-robed woman clenched her teeth. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. The middle-aged demonic human's expression turned even more sinister. However, he didn't immediately attack the white-robed woman and the others. Instead, he said to a demonic human beside him in a low voice, "Iron Bones, take a group and surround those two. If they're willing to surrender, then that's fine. If not, kill that young man." Yes, the demonic human called Iron Bones was much stronger than the middle-aged demonic human. His exposed upper body was like a small mountain. His right arm and half of his body were covered in a layer of black bone armor. This bone armor grew out of his flesh and was extremely thick with spiral patterns on its surface. I didn't expect to have to fight you demonic humans right after coming here. How could Yi Chen not see that these demonic humans didn't want to let them go? Demonic humans, there's no difference. The only difference is whether we're enemies or not. Murong Qingcheng didn't have a good impression of these demonic humans. The demonic humans here had already changed. Their auras were extremely violent and murderous. Go! The middle-aged demonic human waved his hand. More than 20 demonic humans pounced at the white-robed woman's group. On the other hand, the demonic human called Iron Bone led 10 demonic humans and shot toward Yi Chen's direction like black lightning bolts. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen and the white-robed woman were surrounded. "Kid, seal your own Jinyuan, and I can spare your life." As if Murong Qingcheng's temperament had an astonishing attraction for him, the demonic human called Iron Bones didn't target Murong Qingcheng. Instead, he fiercely roared at Yi Chen. "With just the few of you." Yi Chen sized up the 10. Apart from the demonic human who spoke, the others hadn't reached half-step king realm. Of course, once a demonic human transformed, their strength would multiply. These demonic humans who hadn't reached half-step king realm should be able to contend against ordinary half-step kings. "Seems like you want to die." Iron Bones narrowed his eyes and waved his palm. "Kill." Immediately, 5 demonic humans charged at Yi Chen. 5 late sea of soul realm demonic humans were enough to make ordinary half-step kings retreat. As far as Iron Bones was concerned, Yi Chen, who wasn't a half-step king, wouldn't be able to block even a single move. However, he was wrong. Without even drawing his sword, Yi Chen raised his right index and middle fingers and casually waved. With a swoosh, a dark golden ripple spread out. The 5 demonic humans spurted out blood, and a bone-deep wound appeared on their chests. Then they fell toward the ocean below. "All of you go. You too, deal with that woman. You must capture her. Iron Bones was gobsmacked as he roared. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Yi Chen's fingers moved like lightning, condensing a small thunderball at the tip. Puff, puff, puff. 3 soft sounds rang out, and the 3 demonic humans had a charred hole on their foreheads. The hole didn't seem big, but the back of their heads had exploded into nothingness. They didn't even see how Yi Chen had attacked, and died without knowing why. On the other side, the 2 demonic humans fighting with Murong Qingcheng were indescribably frightened. The demonic qi on their bodies immediately crumbled the moment it struck Murong Qingcheng's body, not posing any threat at all. It was as if Murong Qingcheng was a black, hole-devouring demonic qi. Rip! With a palm chop, Murong Qingcheng chopped off the head of a demonic human. The other demonic human gathered his courage and punched at her. Murong Qingcheng's right hand grabbed the opponent's head first, and an extremely pure demonic power gathered in her palm. You too, the demonic human's eyes widened. He could feel that Murong Qingcheng's palm didn't contain Zhenyuan, but pure demonic power. This kind of demonic power could only be possessed by a perfect demonic human bloodline. Moreover, it was a woman. If he brought this news back, the entire demonic human race would be shaken. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have the chance. Murong Qingcheng's demonic power shot out from her palm, and the demonic human's head was immediately annihilated. Iron Bones didn't have the mind to care about Murong Qingcheng's side. All of his attention was on Yi Chen. In just a split second, the 8 demonic humans attacking Yi Chen had all died miserably. Moreover, he himself was actually not Yi Chen's opponent. His entire body was in pain, and his bones were on the verge of breaking. This armor piece's defense isn't bad, Yi Chen said unhurriedly. His finger suddenly pierced through Iron Bone's defense and swept across his throat. Puff! A putrid blood sprayed out. Iron Bones clutched his neck and fell from the sky. Chapter 770. On the other side, the white-robed woman's group was surrounded by more than 20 demonic humans. They were barely able to hold on until now because the Silver Moon White Fox race's members had an advantage in speed and agility. Secondly, the White Fox phantom behind the white-robed woman was abnormally agile. The silver crescent moon on her forehead flickered from time to time, emitting a clear silver radiance. This silver radiance would immediately stick to the members of the Silver Moon White Fox race the moment it came into contact with them. The members of the Silver Moon White Fox race, who were enveloped by the silver radiance, all had their battle prowess greatly increase and were no longer afraid of death. However, the demonic humans not only had more people, but they also had more experts than the Silver Moon White Fox race. The reason they had been fighting until now was because they wanted to win without losing a single person. If there were no accidents, the Silver Moon White Fox race wouldn't be able to cause any waves. What? Iron Bones was killed. The middle-aged demonic man, who hadn't exerted his full strength, took a glance at Yi Chen's side. What entered his eyes was Iron Bone clutching his neck and falling down from the sky, blood gushing out from between his fingers. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng were completely unharmed. This discovery shocked him greatly. Although Iron Bones wasn't as strong as him, he didn't dare to ignore the defensive power of the demonized bone armor. Don't fight anymore. Kill everyone except her. The middle-aged demonic human decisively decided to end the battle quickly. He would first capture the white-robed woman, and then reorganize his men to deal with Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng. He wanted them to pay a heavy price. As he spoke, the middle-aged demonic human didn't stay idle either. He held a long spear as thick as a bowl and thrust it towards the white-robed woman's chest. The white-robed woman's cultivation wasn't weak. She was a genuine half-step demonic beast king. Her movement technique was agile, and her clothes fluttered in the wind as she slashed out with her sword. Clang! The dragon-like spear's shadow collided with the silver semicircle sword energy and exploded into thousands of light dots. Uffed! In terms of agility, the white-robed woman was naturally above the middle-aged demonic human. However, in terms of attack power, she was much weaker. This short exchange made her feel as if she was struck by lightning. She couldn't help but spit out a small mouthful of blood, staining the white robe in front of her chest. Lose for me. The middle-aged demonic man's eyes were ferocious as he swung his spear at the white-clothed woman. Facing this thunderous attack, the white-clothed woman, who had lost the initiative, was about to be struck by the spear. Dang! Right at this moment, a crescent-shaped sword energy flew over from afar. It was like a dazzling aurora, but also like a heavenly dog eating the moon. It struck the middle-aged demonic man's spear, causing it to fly out of his hand. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth started to bleed, and a layer of skin was scraped off. Puff! The spear flew out of his hand like a skewer of candied haws, piercing through the group of demonic men in a straight line. The remaining force of the crescent-shaped sword energy was even more ferocious. With a single blow, most of the demonic men, including the middle-aged demonic man, were swept away, dying miserably. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Yi Chen had made his move, and his first move was the peerlessly powerful waning moon. Ah, the white-clothed woman cried out in shock. She was frightened by the scene in front of her. It's him, the Silver Moon White Fox race, whose pressure had been greatly reduced, noticed that the one who had attacked was Yi Chen, who was wielding the Thunder Sword. He had attacked from several li away. Damn it! With just one sword, the demonic men had suffered heavy casualties. Only a few of them were left. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth was bleeding, and his chest felt stuffy. He was pushed back several li by the crescent-shaped sword energy. All the bones in his body were on the verge of breaking, especially his arms, which had suffered the most damage. He could barely lift them up. Raising his head, the middle-aged demonic man looked at Yi Chen with a venomous gaze and said, "You're dead. In the chaotic demonic sea, no one has ever dared to provoke my demonic man race. Those who kill will always be killed. If the other party hadn't provoked him first, Yi Chen wouldn't have been so ruthless. But since the other party wanted to kill, he couldn't be blamed. Humph, I want to see how you're going to kill me." The middle-aged demonic man roared towards the sky. Circles of evil black rings spread out. These black rings were like living creatures, twisting towards the injured demonic man next to him. Amidst the miserable screams of the other, the black rings sucked out all of his essence, chi, flesh, and blood, and then filled the middle-aged demonic man's body. Crackle! The middle-aged demonic man's body twisted and swelled, as if there were countless snakes slithering under his skin. It was extremely disgusting and cruel, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Rumble! The demonic chi on the middle-aged demonic man was already very dense. After devouring a large amount of essence chi, the demonic chi fluctuations immediately caused the weather to change. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and black lightning bolts danced everywhere. Crack! A black lightning bolt struck the middle-aged demonic man's body. As the demonic chi retracted, everyone could clearly see the middle-aged demonic man's appearance. Demonic man! The middle-aged demonic man looked no different from a demonic man. His skin had turned black and keratinized. His elbows, shoulders, knees, and ankles had sharp curved bones. His feet and palms had turned into claws. His fingernails were as sharp as knives, and they were purple-black. His eyes were blood-red, and the whites of his eyes had disappeared. Roar! The middle-aged demonic man roared at Yi Chen. The human part of his voice had already disappeared, leaving behind only cruelty and ruthlessness. Be careful! Although the demonic man has lost most of his reason, his speed and strength have increased explosively. It's equivalent to overdrafting his life, force, and potential. His regenerative ability has also increased tenfold. As a demonic human, Murong Qingsheng was very clear about the demonic man. Even a part of it had the side effect of eroding one's intelligence, not to mention the complete demonic man. Although the demonic human's lifespan was greatly reduced, their strength was frightening. This is the first time I've seen a complete demonic man. Yichen also knew about the complete demonic man. This was the reason why some people on True Spirit Continent were targeting demonic humans. Of course, as far as Yichen was concerned, demonic humans were not much of a threat. After all, there were too few of them, and they couldn't stir up any waves. Young master, many thanks for saving us. The white-robed woman and the rest could see the middle-aged demonic man's frightening strength, so they flew to Yichen's side. Yichen said, "It's nothing much. There's no need to thank me." Young master, don't be careless. The reason why demonic humans can dominate chaotic demon ocean is not only because this is chaotic demon ocean, but also because they can transform completely. This man is one of the most powerful half-step demonic human kings. Once he transforms completely, he will be extremely frightening. Clearly, the white-robed woman had some understanding of demonic humans. Yichen faintly nodded. "You'll all die. Hee." The middle-aged demonic man bent his knee and fiercely shot out. Xiao. The distance of several li seemed to have been ignored, and even Yichen couldn't see its exact trajectory. Clang. While everyone was dumbfounded, Yichen made his move. He raised his sword to meet the middle-aged demonic man's claw, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, the middle-aged demonic man launched a series of attacks. His attack trajectories flickered, and besides Yichen, no one could see them clearly. If it weren't for Yichen, he would have been killed in a single move. This was the destructive power of extreme speed. With the spiritual sword, although Yichen couldn't see the middle-aged demonic man's movement trajectory, he was always able to block the other's attack. Die. After attacking for a long time without success, the middle-aged demonic man became even more ruthless. His eyes turned red as he drew scarlet arcs in the air, creating a soul-stirring scene. Ding, 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 ding. The speed at which the two exchanged blows was unimaginably fast. Suddenly, Yichen yelled with a low voice, "9 sword attack!" With a clang, the blood-remnant sword at his waist automatically unsheathed. Under Yichen's control, it divided into 3, 3 into 5, 5 into 9. 9 sword images circled around, moving as fast as the Aurora Phantom. Even the middle-aged demonic man couldn't completely dodge the flying swords, and was slashed countless times. Swish! The middle-aged demonic man's legs shot out, escaping the range of the flying swords. The middle-aged demonic man's abdomen, back, and legs had several bone-deep sword scars. The one on his chest was the result of Yichen's spiritual sword. The sword chi pierced through the skin and injured the opponent's internal organs. However, in the next moment, everyone frowned. The flesh inside the middle-aged demonic man's wound wriggled like worms, joining together and entangling with each other. As the insides healed, his hard skin automatically healed, leaving behind only a faint scar. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. What a powerful regenerative ability! This was the first time Yichen had seen an ability below life and death realm that could rival his undying body. Just this point alone was enough for the middle-aged demonic man to grind to death people on the same level as him. Hee, I'll see how long you can last. The middle-aged demonic man's mouth curled, and his expression turned fierce. Bring it on. Go. His left hand pointed, and the blood-remnant sword turned into 9 sword images once more. Get lost, the middle-aged demonic man roared, and his body fiercely spun like a spinning top. His claws, feet, elbows, and knees all deflected the 9 sword images, leaving him unscathed. With a swish, the middle-aged demonic man's body flickered, drawing an arc in the void as he attacked Yi Chun from the side. Sword light flight art. The Zhen Yuan outside, Yi Chen's body surged, and 5 sword lights formed a pair of simple sword wings on his back. With a swish, he dodged the attack. Puff, puff, puff. The middle-aged demonic man no longer had any rationality, but his battle instincts were even stronger. 3 sharp spikes shot out from his back, enveloping Yi Chun. Ding ding! Yi Chun didn't expect the middle-aged demonic man to have this kind of move. Caught off guard, he only managed to deflect 2 of the spikes, while the 3rd one landed on his protective Zhen Yuan. With a pung sound, the protective Zhen Yuan didn't break. At the crucial moment, Yi Chun activated his bronze armor, greatly increasing his defense. Die! The middle-aged demonic man turned around and pounced over. You're the one who's going to die. Yi Chun stopped his backward momentum and did not try to dodge. Instead, he jumped forward. Rumble! The collision of the 2 caused a huge tsunami, which spread out in all directions and reached hundreds of meters high. Above the distorted space, Yi Chun and the middle-aged demonic man pressed against each other due to the powerful inertia, creating a time-like effect. When the effect disappeared, the middle-aged demonic man's left hand turned into a fist and punched at Yi Chun's chest. However, Yi Chun didn't try to block this move. Instead, he raised his Thunder Disaster sword and slashed at the middle-aged demonic man's head. His sword speed was even faster than the opponent's. Poochie! A head flew up, while Yi Chun was also sent flying, spurting out a small mouthful of blood. Chapter 771. Strictly speaking, the middle-aged demonic man's strength was more or less the same as Yi Chun's. The middle-aged demonic man's speed was fast, and his profound martial skills were powerful, but the latter's sword speed was faster, and his profound martial skills were more powerful. The reason for this outcome was not strength, but intelligence. After the middle-aged demonic man had completely demonized, he had lost more than half of his intelligence. He was single-mindedly focused on killing Yi Chun, completely disregarding his own life and death. This kind of fearless style was good, but one couldn't blindly pursue it. That would be courting death. Seeing through the middle-aged man's weakness, Yi Chun took a punch at the last moment and killed him. The process was just that simple. Wisdom is something that high-level beings cannot lack. Yi Chun shook his head. Of course, Yi Chun wasn't mocking the middle-aged man's stupidity. After all, the middle-aged man wasn't a complete demonization, so he wasn't his match. Dead. The white-robed lady's eyes shrunk in shock. Yi Chun's strength was beyond her imagination. Even half-step demonic beast kings of the Silver Moon White Fox tribe wouldn't be Yi Chun's match. Miss, this kid is probably a disciple of some super clan or sect. He probably came to the chaotic demonic ocean to train himself. The old man beside the white-robed lady said. The more powerful a force was, the more outstanding disciples they could cultivate. The 2 were directly proportional. To be called a super force, it was at least peak 5th grade, or even 4th grade. From the old man's point of view, Yi Chun's background was absolutely terrifying. It wasn't something ordinary people could imagine. Elder Ge, I don't care who he is. I only know that he saved all of our lives. The white-robed lady said. That's true. The old man called Elder Goose smiled faintly and curiously sized up Yi Chun. The middle-aged man was dead after his head was chopped off. His neck spurted out a large amount of blood, and his flesh was wriggling like slimy worms. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the flesh derivation realm, so he couldn't escape death. The middle-aged man wasn't an exception. Splash! After struggling for a moment, the headless middle-aged man fell from the sky and into the sea, sinking instantly. In this battle, more than 30 human devils were completely annihilated. I am Yu Bingxin, a disciple of the Silver Moon White Fox clan. May I know your name? Yu Bingxin took a deep breath and stepped on the void, slowly arriving in front of Yi Chun. I am Yi Chun. Putting away the Thunder Disaster Sword, Yi Chun looked at Yu Bingxin and said, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. If young master Yi doesn't mind, you and Miss Morong can come to my house as guests. I can entertain the two of you. Yi Chun shook his head and said, There's no need for that. I'm not familiar with this place yet. You can just introduce me to it as repayment for saving my life. You two don't know this place. Yu Bingxin asked, I only heard you say that this is the chaotic demonic ocean, but I don't know the specifics. Nodding, Yu Bingxin said, This place is indeed the chaotic demonic ocean. The reason why it is called the chaotic demonic ocean is because there is a vast amount of demonic chi leaking out from an unknown place at the bottom of the ocean, turning this ocean into a demonic ocean. There are many powers here, but the overlord is the demonic human clan. It is said that the demonic human clan migrated here from another place hundreds of years ago. At that time, this was just an ordinary ocean, and there was no demonic human clan here. Yu Bingxin explained slowly. Migrated here hundreds of years ago? From where? Could there be a large number of demonic human clan in other places? Hearing this, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng had many questions. But from the others' tone, they didn't seem to know much about the origin of the demonic human clan. What is the strength of the demonic human clan here? The one who asked this question was Murong Qingcheng. Yu Bingxin honestly replied, terrifyingly strong. In the chaotic demonic ocean, there are 10 great demonic human clans. Each clan has a demonic human king overseeing it. The strongest clan has 3 demonic human kings, and one of them might be a demonic human emperor. Demonic human emperor? Is this true? Murong Qingcheng was slightly astonished. True Spirit Continent also had demonic human kings, and 2 of them at that. However, there was not a single demonic human emperor. Who would have thought that there would be a demonic human emperor in the chaotic demonic ocean? This is only a rumor, but I believe that it is most likely true. Otherwise, the 5th grade powers around chaotic demonic ocean wouldn't be so apprehensive. Moreover, a world-shaking battle took place in the chaotic demonic ocean 100 years ago. The scale of that battle was extremely vast, and even the zenith sky was torn apart. The space became chaotic, and it should have been the result of a battle between a titled monarch and a demonic human emperor. Yu Bingxin spoke everything she knew. Perhaps this chaotic demonic ocean is the headquarters of the demonic human clan in Elysium. In the past, Yi Chun thought that the demonic human clan was not a threat, and that the low number of demonic human kings and demonic human clans was their biggest weakness. But now he didn't think so. It turned out that there was a place called Chaotic Demonic Ocean outside of True Spirit Continent. We can't stay here for long. The demonic human clan raises millions of 4-winged black demonic insects. They don't have much intelligence, but they can transmit what they see back. They are the eyes of the demonic human clan in the entire chaotic demonic ocean. If we are discovered by them, we won't be able to escape even if we grow wings. As if thinking of something, Yu Bingxin said anxiously. Hearing Yu Bingxin's words, Yi Chun was inwardly astonished at the demonic human clan's control over chaotic demonic ocean. It wasn't that he hadn't seen these 4-winged black demonic insects before. In his early years, when he was merely a condensing reality realm, he had encountered the four-winged black demonic insects raised by Corpse Man's subordinates. In terms of battle strength, they were equivalent to third-grade demonic beasts. However, when their numbers reached millions, they were extremely frightening. Most importantly, they weren't used for battle, but for scouting. In that case, let's leave this place first. Yi Chen wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could challenge the demonic human clan, so he nodded at Yu Bingxin. Not long after Yi Chen's group left, a large number of squeaking sounds came from afar. Before long, a black cloud rapidly moved over. This was naturally not a real cloud, but a black shadow formed by a large number of chopstick-shaped insects. At a glance, there were at least several thousand of them. These insects were exactly the same as the four-winged black demonic insects that Yi Chen had seen before. However, they were much smaller, only 3 inches long. They were slender and black, with 4 pairs of thin black wings on their backs. Their heads were spherical, filled with silver-gray compound eyes. Everything in the surroundings was reflected in these compound eyes. The cloud, formed by the four-winged black demonic insects, flew over the sea. Under the sunlight, the cloud's shadow followed closely behind. Splash! A 5th-grade demonic fish thought that the shadow was some kind of prey. It suddenly broke out of the water and opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Buzz! The four-winged black demonic insects were well disciplined, but dozens of them at the edge couldn't resist the temptation and suddenly left the group. Their 4 pairs of wings flapped rapidly, like black lights piercing through the 5th-grade demonic fish's body. In just a short moment, the 5th-grade demonic fish was eaten until only an empty shell was left, falling into the sea. Satisfied, the four-winged black demonic insects squeaked a few times and followed the group. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely be incomparably shocked. In his impression, the four-winged black demonic insects could only fight against third-grade demonic beasts. Even if there were dozens of them, it was impossible for them to eat a 5th-grade demonic fish until only an empty shell was left. There was only one answer. These four-winged black demonic insects were not 3rd grade, but 4th grade. The chaotic demonic sea was vast and had countless islands. On an ordinary island, Yu Bingxin's group was bidding farewell to Yi Chen and Morong Yu. "Young Master Yi, Miss Morong, we will take our leave first. If you have time, you can come visit my clan. My Silver Moon White Fox clan is located 50 million li to the northwest, on the Moonlight Island." Yu Bingxin's voice was clear and melodious. "All right, I'll come visit when I have time." Yi Chen faintly nodded. Yu Bingxin revealed a smile. "We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. Let's go." After saying these words, Yu Bingxin led her clansmen and flew off the island. Watching them leave, Yi Chen said to Morong Qingcheng, "This place is too close to the scene of the incident. It's not very safe. Let's find another island and enter secluded cultivation." The large amount of Zhanyuan and demonic crystals they had obtained on the devouring island was enough for the two to squander. The two were also preparing to break through to Half-Step King Realm. Morong Qingcheng still had demonic power essence left in her body. Her chances of breaking through to Half-Step King Realm in a short time were quite high. Riding the flying puppet for 3 days and 3 nights, the two arrived at a desolate island. After opening up their respective secluded cultivation spots, the two officially entered secluded cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. The news of more than 30 demonic humans being killed had long since reached the demonic human clan, causing quite a commotion. In the past few days, the number of four-winged black demonic insects in the sky above chaotic demonic ocean had been increasing. Among the thousands of four-winged black demonic insects, there were even smaller 6-winged black demonic insects. Such a huge commotion naturally made the martial artists in chaotic demonic ocean anxious. In the distant southeast, a huge golden bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was rushing toward chaotic demonic ocean with a dozen people on its back. Crown Prince, chaotic demonic ocean is the territory of demonic human clan. If we enter, we might attract their attention. On the back of the huge golden bird was the Crown Prince of Blackwater Alliance, Wang Tai. At this moment, the tall old man beside Wang Tai spoke with some hesitation. With his hands behind his back, Wang Tai gazed at the scenery before him and said, "Although the demonic human clan is powerful, my Blackwater Alliance is not weak either. I believe that the demonic human clan will not purposely target us. They will most likely give us some face. As for that brat, no matter where he escapes, I will drag him out. My Blackwater Alliance's Zhen Yuan crystals are not for anyone to swallow." 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals was not a small number. It should be known that although Devouring Island was ruled by Blackwater Alliance, apart from its own consumption, Blackwater Alliance had to allocate a portion to some life and death kings who knew about it. Thus, Blackwater Alliance's annual stockpile was no more than 1 million Zhen Yuan crystals. The 2 million Zhen Yuan crystals Yi Chun had plundered were equivalent to 2 years of Blackwater Alliance's stockpile. Crown Prince's words are not without reason, but chaotic demonic ocean is boundless. Finding the two won't be easy. I'm worried that they might be captured by the demonic human clan. Demonic human clan has always been tyrannical, and they won't hand over the Zhen Yuan crystals they've obtained. The tall old man voiced out his worries. Then let's hope they live a little longer. If they're captured by the demonic human clan, death is certain. Clearly, Wang Tai was also extremely apprehensive of the demonic human clan. This was a frightening power that even Blackwater Alliance couldn't afford to provoke. Chapter 772. While Wang Tai was searching for Yi Chen, the experts of the demonic human clan were also searching for the murderer of their clansmen. For a long time, the human devil clan had been the overlord of the chaotic demon sea. As long as the 10 great families willed it, they could uproot and annihilate all forces in the chaotic demon sea except for the human devil clan. But now, someone had killed more than 30 of their clansmen, 3 of whom had already reached half-step king realm. This was simply unforgivable. The demonic human clan couldn't be compared to humans. The number of humans was too great, numbering in the trillions, thousands of times more than the demonic humans. Therefore, it didn't matter how many died. Moreover, demonic human clan's reproduction rate was much lower than humans. Adding on the fact that their population was small, 1 death meant 1 less. Moreover, half-step kings were the wealth of the demonic human clan. They were existences with hopes of becoming kings. Losing 3 at once was not a small loss. Therefore, the demonic human clan dispatched a lot of experts this time, more than any time in the past. Merely mid-sea of Soul Realm and above demonic humans numbered 600, 6 half-step demon human kings. The 600 sea of Soul Realm demonic humans were divided into 3 groups, each led by 2 half-step demonic human kings. Apart from that, millions of 4-winged black demonic insects had also become the eyes of the demonic humans. As soon as a suspect appeared in their sight, they would immediately notice and rush over. This was not enough to show how much importance the demonic human clan attached to this matter. Apart from Sea of Soul Realm and half-step kings, the clan also dispatched a genuine demonic human king. Demonic human king was a king of the demonic human clan. Under similar cultivation bases, 2 life and death kings could contend against it. Buzz, 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 buzz. With the scene as the center, group after group of 4-winged black demonic insects flew out like an inescapable net, slowly spreading out. Once this inescapable net took shape, one would truly be left with no path to the heavens and no door to the earth unless one entered stunning sky or extreme void sky. However, one couldn't stay in these two skies for long. Stunning sky was filled with all kinds of pure yuan qi. Upon entering, one's Shen yuan would be consumed at a rapid pace. Extreme void sky was even more tyrannical, consuming 10 times faster than stunning sky. Pop! Above the ocean where the incident happened, a mass of black gas suddenly appeared. Within the black gas was a lean old man dressed in black with a profound aura. The skinny old man looked down and scanned the surroundings. Soon, the skinny old man found a wreckage at the bottom of the sea. This wreckage was the corpse of a demonic human. After being eaten by the demonic fish, it was badly mutilated, leaving only bits of flesh on the bones. The wreckage was pulled up by a mysterious force and floated in front of the old man. Stretching out his right hand, the old man exerted his strength through the air and abruptly inhaled qi. An almost inaudible sound of something tearing through the air rang out. As the old man exerted his strength to inhale, a faintly discernible aura shot out from the wreckage. The black-robed old man carefully grasped this wisp of aura and sensed something. Peak late sea of soul realm cultivation base, destruction sword intent. A moment later, the black-robed old man slowly spat out a few words. If Yi Chun were here, he would certainly be astonished. Not only could this man gather a wisp of faintly discernible aura from the wreckage, he could also discern the cultivation base and the sword intent he was using. This kind of ability was already not something a half-step king could accomplish. Only a life and death king could accomplish this. Killing a half-step king of my demonic human race with a cultivation base of peak late sea of soul realm. I wonder which power this person came from. Could it be the Blood Sword Palace? Not likely. Although the young master of the Blood Sword Palace is also at peak late sea of soul realm, his strength is inferior to this person. Moreover, the young master didn't comprehend the destruction sword intent. Apart from the young master of the Blood Sword Palace, who has a cultivation base of peak late sea of soul realm, there aren't many who can battle higher realms. The black-robed old man's gaze turned profound as he inwardly speculated. Whether he's from the Blood Sword Palace or not, killing a half-step king of my demonic human race will have to pay a sufficient price. Letting out a breath, the black-robed old man's gaze turned sharp. The wreckage couldn't bear the pressure of the old man's gaze and exploded, turning into nothingness. Breaking through from peak late sea of soul realm to half-step king realm was a huge breakthrough, as well as a brand new beginning. Under half-step king realm, the meridians were the circulation channels of Zhen Yuan. If the meridians were damaged, the circulation of Zhen Yuan would become sluggish, greatly reducing one's battle power. However, upon reaching half-step king realm, not only the meridians, but also the blood circulation channels of Zhen Yuan. Only by fusing Zhen Yuan into the blood and forming a perfect circulation could one be considered to have officially stepped into half-step king realm. However, achieving this was extremely difficult. Without outstanding talent and extraordinary willpower, half-step king realm was like a flower in the mirror or the moon in the water. One could only stare at it helplessly. Fusing Zhen Yuan into the blood was not a safe thing to do. The slightest bit of carelessness could lead to blood necrosis, weakening one's bodily functions, and reducing one's physical strength to the level of an old man past his prime. This was also the reason why half-step kings usually appeared in 5th grade and 4th grade powers. The chances of half-step kings appearing in 5th grade and below were extremely low. This was because when a 5th grade powers member tried to break through to half-step king realm, even if something went wrong, they would have life and death kings to help them adjust their qi and blood. Or they could spend a huge price to refine some precious medicinal pellets to treat blood necrosis. In short, as long as there was a life and death king, breaking through to half-step king realm wouldn't be too dangerous. At worst, they could just wait until their body recovered and continue. Of course, this was a matter of having the ability to break through to half-step king realm. If one didn't, it wouldn't have anything to do with them. Yi Chun had already consolidated his peak late sea of soul realm. In theory, he could attempt to break through to half-step king realm. Although without many years of accumulation, the chances of success were low, it wasn't impossible. Inside the spacious and simple cave, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the hard ground with his palms facing the sky. Inside his body, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan flowed out of his dantian and slowly poured into his blood, attempting to fuse with it and circulate his Zhen Yuan. There were many blood channels in the human body, and there were even more minute details. It was impossible to fuse them one by one. However, although breaking through to half-step king realm was difficult, it didn't require one to fuse all the blood at once. One only needed to fuse a part of the blood and complete a perfect circulation. This process was complicated and slow, requiring extreme patience. One couldn't be impatient at all. In the beginning, the process was quite smooth. In a short half a month, Yi Chun made progress every day, and he was getting closer and closer to the perfect circulation of Zhen Yuan and blood. However, as time passed, Yi Chun discovered that the further he went, the slower his progress became. Now, even after a few days, he hadn't made even the slightest bit of progress. It turned out that there was a time limit for Zhen Yuan to fuse with the blood. After this time limit, the Zhen Yuan would withdraw from the blood. Only by completing a perfect circulation would the Zhen Yuan remain in the blood forever. However, it was simply too difficult. The speed at which the blood flowed was not very fast, not to mention that it was a perfect cycle. Every time a cycle was completed halfway, the true essence in the front would begin to withdraw, although the true essence in the back would continue to fuse into the blood. It could only maintain a balance. This won't do. The Zhen Yuan isn't pure enough. The time it stays in the blood is too short. If it accelerates the blood flow, my heart won't be able to bear it. The reason why Yi Chun dared to break through to half-step king realm was because of his undying body. He didn't care about some minor injuries. However, the burden on his heart was too great, and it still exceeded the limits of his undying body. At most, he could only slightly overload it. After all, the heart was a major weakness of the human body, unlike other parts. Huff! Opening his eyes, Yi Chun forcefully exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and stood up. I wonder how Murong Qingqing is doing. Her demonic power is very pure, and her fourth-step demonic body is also stronger than my spirit body. She should have a high chance of entering half-step king realm. Murong Qingqing had demonic power essence in her body, which was the essence of king grade demonic power. It had an extraordinary effect on refining demonic body. On the Devouring Island, her demonic body had successfully upgraded from third step to fourth step, allowing her to break through to half-step king realm. Shaking his head, Yi Chun walked out of the cave and arrived at a spacious area outside. I've already obtained the foundation of Space Profound for a long time. My Space Profound has been steadily improving, approaching 40% completion. The Might of Void Shattering Finger containing Space Profound has also surpassed Golden Ripple. Unfortunately, Void Shattering Finger is a finger art without the amplification of a sword. Moreover, its variations are too little. If I could create my own Space Profound sword art based on Space Profound, its might would be able to catch up to Waning Moon. Only by combining profound martial arts with artifacts could one erupt with greater might. Using the Void Shattering Finger required artifact gloves, but since Yi Chun used a sword, wearing gloves would have a negative effect. Creating a Space Profound sword, art was very useful to Yi Chun. Space Profound was one of the strongest profounds. 10% of it was equivalent to 30% of other profounds. Once it reached 40 to 50% completion, the Space Profound sword art created would surpass Waning Moon. Most importantly, Space Profound sword arts were unpredictable, far more threatening than Waning Moon. Standing on the empty ground, Yi Chun closed his eyes as an image appeared in his mind. It was a sword artist performing a sword art. This sword art was very mysterious and unpredictable. It was obvious that the sword was thrown out, but it was still very far away from the target. But in the next second, it had already destroyed the target. Plus, the sword art was extremely fast, creating a space folding effect. Looking at it, one would not be able to tell the trajectory of the sword art at all. Clang! All of a sudden, Yi Chun opened his eyes and pulled out the Thunder Disaster Sword. Relying on his intuition, he slashed out 49 times, each sword faster than the previous one. One could see that Yi Chun's movements were exactly the same as the sword artist in his mind. However, the sword art's effect was not as good as the sword artist's in his mind. It could only make the sword art's trajectory blurry, creating countless afterimages, and was unable to create a spatial folding effect. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Even so, the surrounding boulders still shattered like broken mirrors. The ground beneath Yi Chun's feet also seemed to have turned into a huge piece of glass. Cracks spread everywhere before it collapsed with a loud rumble. This was not the effect of sword chi, but the power of space through sword arts. When Space Profound reached a certain level, no one under life and death realm would be able to receive a single sword strike from Yi Chun. After all, a single sword strike from Yi Chun would be equivalent to tearing the space apart. Under life and death realm, who could resist the tearing of space? Chapter 773. The tide slapped against the reefs at the edge of the island again and again. Several li away from the island, a four-winged black demonic insect had unknowingly appeared there. Its body was motionless, and the 4 pairs of black wings on its back were rhythmically flapping up and down, maintaining an incomparably balanced state. At a glance, it seemed to be fixed there. The insect's head was round and full of compound eyes. At this moment, the scenery of the island appeared in its compound eyes. Some were near, some were far. The most bizarre thing was that it seemed to have a magnifying function. Before long, the image of a person appeared in its compound eyes. This person was none other than Yi Chun. Yi Chun still didn't know that he had been targeted by a 4-winged black demonic insect. After all, he was not an Iron Man and couldn't release his soul power without restraint. Overconsumption of soul power would take a long time to recover. Not being able to recover in half a month was quite normal. After practicing sword arts for half a day, Yi Chun saw that Murong Qingcheng wasn't moving at all. He knew that she was still trying to break through to Half-Step King Realm, so he didn't disturb her. Although he had failed to break through, he still had many other things to do. For example, comprehending Space Profound. The Space Profound he had obtained in the graveyard of 4 Extreme Emperor could be said to be a priceless treasure. With it, Yi Chun's speed of comprehending space had increased by several folds, and his own comprehension ability was several times that of ordinary people. With the two added together, it would be dozens of times, or even more than 20 times. Returning to the cave, Yi Chun sat cross-legged on the ground and took a deep breath, entering an ethereal state. Then, he released his incorporeal soul power, spreading it over several hundred meters. The smaller the range of soul power, the less soul power would be consumed. With Yi Chun's soul power, he could maintain it for 10 days to half a month. Soul power was a perception many times greater than the 5 senses. Under Yi Chun's control, he gradually captured the spatial ripples within several hundred meters. The space was constantly fluctuating. Of course, these fluctuations were very small, so small that they were negligible, but they were still there. Space was illusory and unfathomable. Soul power was incorporeal and unfathomable. Only soul power could capture spatial ripples. This was also the reason why all life and death kings would dabble in space profound. Their soul power was too powerful. According to the basic knowledge of space profound in his head, Yichen used his soul power to capture the space energy fluctuations while comprehending the space profound. In another cave, Murong Qingchen was sitting there with her legs crossed, unmoving. From time to time, a black brilliance blossomed from her body. This brilliance was sometimes strong, sometimes dim, sometimes ostentatious, and sometimes reserved. The interior of the cave was illuminated in a strange and dazzling light. At this moment, Murong Qingchen was in the late stage of the half-step Demon King realm. She was different from Yi Chun. She had demonic power essence within her body, and the demonic power she refined was exceptionally pure. If not for the limitation of realm, refining demonic power into half-step king realm wouldn't be a problem. After all, the demonic power essence was the demonic power essence of a demon king. Rather than refining, it was more appropriate to describe it as diluting and refining. The demonic power essence was first diluted and then refined into her demonic power. With such pure demonic power, Murong Qingchen's chances of breaking through to half-step king realm were naturally higher than humans and other demonic humans. Apart from this, Murong Qingchen had another huge advantage. As a demonic human with perfect bloodline and a fourth-step demonic body, her life level was higher than that of humans and demonic beasts. She was close to the life level of the demon race. Therefore, her heart's ability to produce blood was extremely powerful, and her heart's capacity far surpassed humans of the same level. For example, Yi Chen's blood flow was similar to that of humans. But now, her blood flow had reached a frightening level, and her heart was beating at a frightening frequency. It was no longer beating, but vibrating. Swish. When blood flowed, normally no sound could be heard, but now Murong Qingchen's blood was issuing a sound like a stream flowing down a mountain. Such a rapid flow caused Murong Qingchen's fair face to turn red, making her look like a red beauty. Above her head, white mist curled up, faintly emitting a red light and a faint bloody aura. It's here. A day later, a large group of uninvited guests arrived on the ocean outside the island. These uninvited guests were the troops of the demonic human clan. There were 202 of them, 2 half-step demonic human kings, and 200 of soul realm demonic humans. They were able to find this place because of the information transmitted by the 4-winged black demonic insect. As for finding this place in a day, it was mainly because they weren't far from the island. As soon as they obtained the whereabouts of the suspects, they immediately rushed over. White Nightmare. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch them with just the 2 of us. Right now, our best course of action is to use an enchantment to seal the island and prevent them from escaping. Among the 2 half-step demonic human kings, a rather fat, middle-aged demonic human said. The half-step demonic human king, called White Nightmare, had a very strange appearance. His head was bald, and his face and head were covered in white spots. His eyes also had more whites than pupils, making them look like 2 black dots. He had no eyebrows and was emitting a sinister killing intent. That would be best. Let's use the hidden fog enchantment. White Nightmare nodded, his eyes fixated on the island. You 108 come out and surround the island. Use the hidden fog enchantment to seal the island. Don't let a fly or a bug escape. The fat demonic human ordered the demonic humans behind him. Yes, Without needing to be called out, 108 of soul, realm demonic humans walked out and flew along the edge of the island. Seeing his clansmen carrying out the order and surrounding the island, the fat demonic man let out a sigh and said, "Killing my clansmen in the chaotic demonic ocean. I wonder who the other party is. Could it be a half-step king of the Blood Sword Palace or someone from the Skull Island?" White Nightmare sneered. "Be it Blood Sword Palace or Skull Island, killing my clansmen will have to pay the price. That's natural. Although Blood Sword Palace and Skull Island are powerful, they're still lacking compared to my clan." The fat, demonic human chuckled. As the two of them spoke, 108 light black pillars suddenly rose from the outer edge of the island. The pillars rose in an arc and collided with each other in the sky above the island. In the next moment, the island was covered by a light black membrane. The scene inside distorted and then disappeared completely. The light black membrane also gradually turned into mist. From the outside, it seemed as if there was no island at all. There was only thick black mist, rolling and surging. Success. Seeing this, the fat demonic human heaved a sigh of relief, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. "I'll go test him," White Nightmare said indifferently before his figure flickered and shot toward the surging black mist. "White Nightmare, don't be impulsive." The fat demonic human was startled. "Rest assured, you still don't believe in my strength. Moreover, with the hidden fog enchantment, you can attack and retreat at will." White Nightmare's voice resounded. Hearing these words, the fat demonic human smiled bitterly. He was naturally aware of White Nightmare's strength. Of the 3 half-step kings who had died half a month ago, the strongest was Ghoulie. Ghoulie could be considered a powerful half-step king among the demonic humans. However, White Nightmare's strength was a level higher than Ghoulie's. He was a peak half-step king of the demonic human clan. Under the same level, a demonic human was equivalent to 2 humans. White Nightmare could contend against 2 peak half-step kings without any problem. However, the opponent could kill 3 half-step kings, including Ghoulie, as well as more than 30 of soul realm demonic humans. His strength was no small matter. With White Nightmare's strength, he might not be able to deal with him easily. Fortunately, as White Nightmare had said, with the hidden fog enchantment, he could attack and retreat at will. There was no need to worry about his safety. Fine, let's see how strong this person is first. If he can be dealt with, there's no need to wait for others. With this thought in mind, the fat demonic human followed. On the island, Yi Chun, who was comprehending the space profound, felt something amiss. Previously, he could still feel the gale blowing through the mountain. But now, the gale had stopped, and the island was completely silent, as if it had been isolated from the world. Buzz, his soul power, which was only several hundred meters wide, suddenly expanded, instantly covering the entire island and continuing to spread out. Not good. It's an enchantment. His soul power was obstructed by a layer of barrier, as if it had sunk into a swamp. In his soul perception, there was a boundless black fog surging out. Rip! With a flash of sword light, Yi Chun broke out of the mountain and appeared above the island. The ocean outside the island had disappeared from his line of sight, replaced by layers of black fog. It was exactly the same as in his soul perception. At this moment, an opening appeared in the black fog, and 2 figures flew in. Demonic humans. Yi Chun squinted his eyes. They were naturally White Nightmare and the fat demonic human. They had also noticed Yi Chun. "Are you the one who killed my demonic human clansman?" The fat demonic human shouted. Yi Chun said without batting an eyelid, "I'm afraid you're not here to ask whether I'm a murderer or not. So why bother asking?" With the demonic human race's tyranny, as long as he was a suspect, It didn't matter if he was the murderer or not. Then you're the murderer. White Nightmare sized up Yi-chun and said coldly, "Correct. Yi-chun didn't plan to hide it. There was no point in hiding it. Very good. Being able to kill Gu, Li means you have some strength. White Nightmare, will test you first." Hearing Yi-chun admit that he was the murderer, White Nightmare released his killing intent like a devil. Bring it on then. Yi-chun was confident that he could break the barrier. The barrier was actually a method of using spatial power, but it was powered by formations. With the void-shattering finger, it shouldn't be hard to open a path through the barrier. However, he couldn't leave the island right now. Murong still hadn't come out, which meant that she was in a crucial moment of breaking into the Half-Step King realm. Once interrupted, she would need a long time to break into the Half-Step King realm again. The details were very complicated. Therefore, he had to observe the situation first. "Duel Long, don't do anything. I'll deal with him." White Nightmare said to the fat, demonic human, "Be careful." The fat, demonic human took a step back and glanced at the place where Murong Qingcheng was cultivating. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 774. White Nightmare didn't have the perfect demonic human bloodline, so he still cultivated Zhen Yuan. However, his Zhen Yuan was contaminated with a large amount of demonic qi. This demonic qi mixed with Zhen Yuan, but not only did it not decrease the destructive power of Zhen Yuan, it instead made it even more berserk. As White Nightmare circulated his Zhen Yuan with all his strength, an ash-gray qi flow appeared outside his body and violently revolved around him. A frightening pressure swept out in all directions, dispersing much of the black mist at the edge of the island. Some of the small hills on the island even turned into ashes, scattering between the heaven and earth. Although this cultivation base is not as good as Blackwater Alliance's Wang Tai, it's not the slightest bit inferior to Flame Burst King. In terms of pressure, Flame Burst King is a lot weaker. Seems like Demonic Human Clan is worthy of being the ruler of Chaotic Demonic Ocean. Their resources are unimaginable. Half-Step King was a process of accumulating Zhen Yuan. The more vigorous the Zhen Yuan, the more hope one had of reaching peak Half-Step King, and the chance of breaking through to life and death realm. If one's Zhen Yuan accumulation was insufficient, then breaking through to life and death realm would be a long way off. It was extremely difficult for a Half-Step King to accumulate Zhen Yuan. If one cultivated with upper-grade spirit stones, one might not be able to reach peak Half-Step King in 100 years. Cultivating with supreme-grade spirit stones would increase the speed by many folds, and the best choice was none other than Zhen Yuan crystals. This was a shortcut. Unfortunately, supreme-grade spirit stones were too hard to find. Even 5th-grade sects might not have much in stock, and Zhen Yuan crystals could only be produced by Life and Death Kings. Flame Burst King's cultivation base was so deep because he was trapped on Devouring Island. Every month, he would have a lot of Zhen Yuan crystals for cultivation. Wang Tai's cultivation base was twice that of Flame Burst King, and he was suspected to be a strongest Half-Step King. This was also because he was an important figure of Blackwater Alliance, so he didn't need to worry about Zhen Yuan crystals. The Thunder Spirit King from the True Spirit Continent was one of the top Half-Step King warriors, so it would be impossible for him to have an endless amount of extreme rank spirit stones, not to mention Zhen Yuan crystals. He might have been lucky enough to get some other treasures to increase his cultivation, since he was not that old after all. If he were to rely on accumulating his cultivation, it would take him at least dozens of years to reach that level. Therefore, Yi-chun clearly understood that cultivation talent was important, but so were resources. For example, in Half-Step King realm, if one had sufficient resources, one's cultivation base could increase by 10 times or even dozens of times. Others wouldn't be able to catch up no matter how hard they tried. Bang! He took a step forward, and energy ripples spread in all directions. Bai Hao roared. His arms turned into countless phantoms, attacking Yi Chen fiercely. The space in front of White Nightmare distorted, and a large amount of grayish-white energy shot out like sharp blades. Some spun, some slashed, and some collided with each other, changing directions. In an instant, the dense grayish-white energy was like an inescapable net, enveloping Yi Chen's figure. Yi Chen's eyes were sharp as he observed the trajectory of the qi flow. He then pulled out his Thunder Disaster Sword, slashing upwards, slashing sideways, sweeping, and stabbing. Although there were a lot of gray qi flows, none of them could get within 3 meters of Yi Chen. It was as if this area was an absolute domain that nothing could get close to. Dang! In the void, some of the qi flows collided and changed directions again. However, it was futile. Yi Chen's spiritual sword was extremely fast and silent. Sometimes the qi flows were clearly coming from behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen was intercepting the qi flows in front of him, but they would be shattered by the time they got within 3 meters. Yi Chen simply didn't know when Yi Chen would counterattack. Under the life and death realm, Yi Chen's sword arts were already at an unfathomable realm. Any offensive techniques would be useless against him. As if realizing this, White Nightmare gave up on fighting speed and switched to a powerful killing move. Void Forcing Chop. White Nightmare roared, and his sturdy right hand turned into a bone blade. Grayish-white qi curled around the bone blade as he launched a powerful strike at Yi Chen. Rip! Grayish-white blade qi slashed down with peerless tyranny. Yi Chen's body slanted upwards. Facing the blade qi, he swept his sword diagonally, and a dark golden ripple burst forth, destroying White Nightmare's killing move. At the same time, Yi Chen's left hand was not idle either. His fingers formed a sword and pointed at the nearby White Nightmare. Go! The blood-ruined sword left its scabbard and turned into 9 sword images, shooting at White Nightmare. Imperial Sword Attack. White Nightmare was gobsmacked. He had heard of this lost sword art before. It was said that in ancient times, there was an era of swordsmen. There were many swordsmen among martial artists, and the Imperial sword art was one of the most legendary sword arts. This sword art had an extremely high requirement on soul power. Without a soul power talent, one could not bring out the essence of this sword art. Flying swords controlled by the Imperial sword art were incomparably fast. Before the enemy could even react, they would be pierced through the heart or decapitated. It was impossible to defend against. Cultivated to the highest realm, one could unleash 81 swords simultaneously, striking fear into the hearts of others and forcing them to retreat. Although Yi Chen's Imperial sword art had only reached the realm of 9 swords simultaneously, it could not be looked down upon. Just the speed of the flying swords was enough to make many people suffer. Having no time to defend, White Nightmare crossed his arms and curled his body into a ball. Grayish-white qi crazily revolved around him, forming a shield of light. Ding, 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 rip! The majority of the 9 sword phantoms were repelled. Only the blood-ruined sword's attack power was the strongest. It instantly pierced through White Nightmare's protective Zhenyuan and was about to strike his body. Get lost! White Nightmare's curled body stretched out, and the powerful Zhenyuan in his body erupted like a sun, blasting away the blood-ruined sword's main body. What a powerful Zhenyuan! Yi Chen squinted his eyes. This sword of his could already kill the majority of half-step kings. Half a month ago, the middle-aged demonic man had suffered a bit of injury when facing the Imperial sword art. Who would have thought that White Nightmare's Zhenyuan would be so much stronger than that of the middle-aged demonic man? The Imperial sword art would be ineffective. After repelling the blood-ruined sword's main body, White Nightmare hastily retreated. There was a shallow sword scar on his arm, but it could only be regarded as a flesh wound. The sword chi contained within had long been forced out by his Zhen Yuan. However, Yi Chen was only at the peak of late sea of Soul Realm. If he were to advance to half-step King Realm, wouldn't he be killed in one sword strike? White Nightmare, delay him! At this moment, the fat, demonic man suddenly shot a glance at White Nightmare. What are you doing? White Nightmare transmitted his Zhen Yuan. His companion is there, and he should be cultivating in seclusion. As long as we capture his companion, we can make him restrain himself and bring him back alive. The fat demonic man's thoughts were deeper than White Nightmare's. Capturing Yi Chen alive was more beneficial than killing Yi Chen. At this moment, he had already determined the specific location of Yi Chen's companion. All right. White Nightmare faintly nodded. He was not an honorable person. For the sake of his goal, he would be unscrupulous. Buzz. A huge iron shield appeared in his left hand as he inwardly thought, close combat is my advantage. Let's see how you resist. Swish. Holding the shield, White Nightmare pounced at Yi Chen, dragging things out like this is not a solution. This place has already been discovered, and more demonic humans are rushing over. I'd better kill these two first. Yi Chen's killing intent was set, and he didn't want to drag things out any longer. Waning Moon. Holding the sword with both of his hands, Yi Chen slashed down with all his might. The crescent-shaped sword energy looked like a black crescent moon as it flew out, leaving a clear sword mark in the air that did not disappear for a long time. Facing this sword, White Nightmare felt as if the entire world had disappeared, and he had lost track of Yi Chen as well. It was as if he was flying in a boundless white world, and what greeted him was a boundless black sword energy. I have to block it. White Nightmare didn't have the time to launch an attack. He raised the huge iron shield in front of him and shrunk his body behind it. As Zhen Yuan poured into the shield, it blossomed with a gray-white radiance and rapidly enlarged into a small mountain, blocking the black sword energy. Clang! Dazzling sparks flew everywhere, and cracks appeared on the shield in White Nightmare's hand. The cracks spread out from the sword mark in the center, producing a teeth-numbing metal cracking sound. If not for White Nightmare's Zhen Yuan being strong enough, the shield would have long since shattered. There was a loud bang. White Nightmare held the shield upside down as his whole body shot out. He came and went quickly, spurting out a mouthful of blood in midair. His face was extremely pale. On the other side, the fat demonic man had flown toward Murong Qingqing's seclusion location at an extreme speed the moment Yi Chen made his move. However, he didn't expect White Nightmare to be defeated so quickly. He didn't have much time left, so he had to capture Yi Chen's companions first and make them hesitate. Scram! Yi Chen sensed the fat demonic man's movements and saw that he wasn't far from Murong Qingqing's seclusion cave. Ordinary sword chi wouldn't be able to catch up. Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he extended his left index finger and pointed at the fat demonic man. It was precisely the void-shattering finger. The trajectory of the finger energy couldn't be seen, but Yi Chen's finger only pointed once, and the space around the fat demonic man immediately distorted. The boundless finger energy sent him flying, making him somersault in the air. Swoosh, swoosh. With one finger attack, Yi Chen repeatedly used the void-shattering finger. Transparent traces of distortion appeared in the air, exploding around the fat demonic man. What a powerful finger energy! The fat demonic man turned pale with fright and retreated again and again, unable to get close to Murong Qingqing. Go! With a loud shout, the fat demonic man no longer had the heart to fight. He flew toward the black mist at the edge of the island and roared at White Nightmare. Yi Chen's expression turned even colder as he chased after him. However, the barrier's power was extremely mysterious. Yi Chen had only entered a few dozen meters into the black mist when he lost track of the two. Moreover, he himself was about to get lost in the black mist. Left with no choice, Yi Chen could only retreat from the black mist and return to the sky above the island. Outside the barrier, White Nightmare continuously vomited blood. We underestimated him. Seeing White Nightmare's appearance, the fat demonic man said with a gloomy expression. White Nightmare waved his hand. "I'm going to meditate. Don't let anyone disturb me." His injuries were too severe. Even with a demonic human's physique, he couldn't bear it. Landing on a huge reef outside the island, White Nightmare sat cross-legged and took out a scarlet pill from his storage ring. Swallowing it, he closed his eyes and focused on healing. Chapter 775. His injuries are so heavy. The fat demonic man thought that White Nightmare had only suffered ordinary injuries. How could he have imagined that even speaking would be exhausting? Moreover, the pellet he took out was the famous blood Yuan pellet of the demonic human clan. This kind of pellet was only used when suffering from incurable injuries. Even half-step demonic human kings, like them, only had one pellet each. After using it, they would have to wait until next year to reclaim it. This kid can't be dealt with alone. I'll have to wait for all four of them to arrive before using the six-way cloud pollution. The fat demonic man inwardly said. Inside the enchantment on the island, putting away the thunder disaster sword, Yi Chen turned around and glanced at Murong Qingqing's seclusion. I wonder when Murong Qingqing will finish her seclusion and become a half-step demonic human king. Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. If Murong Qingqing still needed a few more days to finish her seclusion, the longer he stayed here, the more danger he would face. Who knew how many experts the demonic human clan had sent? Once the number of Sea of Soul realm demonic humans reached a certain level, coupled with a few half-step demonic human kings, he would have no choice but to flee. What he was most worried about was whether the demonic human clan had sent a demonic human king. Life and death kings were the peak strength of Elysium. Only by reaching this realm could one truly move freely between heaven and earth. Life and death kings were extremely difficult to kill. Among them, even the weakest had cultivated limb rebirth. As long as their head and heart were not destroyed, they would be completely fine. At the flesh derivation realm, even if they were beaten into meat paste, they could come back to life. The most powerful was the blood rebirth realm. As long as a drop of blood remained, even the smallest drop of blood could be reborn. Being chased by a demonic human king was the most frightening thing. Forget it. I'll wait one more day. If it doesn't work, I'll wake Murong up and have her break the enchantment. Relaxing his furrowed brows, Yi Chen said inwardly, "However, I only have a certain amount of confidence in breaking the barrier. I might not succeed. I should take this opportunity to comprehend the space ultimacy. Every little bit counts. Right now, I'm only one step away from reaching 40% of the space ultimacy. Maybe I can reach it." 10% of space profound was equivalent to 30% of ordinary profounds, and 40% of space profound was equivalent to 120% of ordinary profounds. This was already more powerful than the perfection of ordinary profounds. Once he reached this realm, the might of void-shattering finger alone would not be inferior to waning moon. Returning to his cave, Yi Chen continued to comprehend the space profound, trying to figure out the basics of it. In the abode, where Murong was, the black light flickered more and more frequently. The white mist had already filled the entire abode. It was so hot that one could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. In the center of the cave, Murong Qingcheng was covered in a thick white mist, which was rising up from the top of her head in an endless stream. On the other hand, Murong Qingcheng's face was abnormally red, and her lips were starting to feel dry, not as smooth and moist as before. Her blood flowed faster, evaporating the water in her body. Even though she had the perfect demonic human bloodline, she couldn't withstand the rapid loss of water. After all, she was still a flesh body, not an energy body. Water was very important to a living being. Time passed bit by bit. Murong Qingcheng's body was losing more and more water. Her lips started to crack, and her long black hair started to lose its luster. Meanwhile, her breathing was getting heavier and heavier. Night fell, and a waning moon hung in the sky. Both inside and outside the enchantment were racing against time. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard in the distance. It was extremely fast. Previously, it had been indistinct, but in the blink of an eye, it could be heard clearly. They're here. The fat, demonic human revealed a happy expression. He stood up and flew into the sky. Ha! Dolong, I didn't expect you to arrive first, and even set up the hidden fog enchantment. More than 200 people flew over. The one speaking was a red-robed demonic human. He was tall and burly, with a square head and a face covered in black scales. Hey Lin, you guys are so slow. The fat demonic human Dolong laughed. We were a bit slow. We also had a few suspects, but they were too weak. They couldn't be the culprit, so I killed them casually. The red-robed demonic human, Hei Lin, didn't mind. Yes, I killed them. Dolong nodded. Why is White Nightmare injured? Who injured him? The gray-robed demonic human beside Hei Lin exclaimed. Hearing this, Hei Lin also looked over. Dolong's expression darkened. We've already fought with the culprit who killed our clansman. He injured White Nightmare. This person is so strong. Can you tell us in detail? Hei Lin's expression was grave. Doran told the two of them everything that had happened. White Nightmare almost died at his hands. Hei Lin said in a low voice. White Nightmare's strength was the strongest in their group, but even he had suffered a crushing defeat at Yi Chen's hands. One could imagine how powerful Yi Chen was. I was planning to go in and kill the culprit right now. Seems like we'll have to wait a bit longer. The gray-robed demonic human glanced at the enchantment and said, Right, White Nightmare is currently recovering from his injuries. The three of us don't have much assurance. Of course, with several hundred clansmen, we don't need to fear him. As long as he doesn't run, killing him won't be a problem. However, there's a chance that he might escape. Once he does, it'll take a lot more time to find him. Wait for Blue Blood and the rest to arrive. With the 6 of us working together and the 6-way cloud pollution, even a strongest half-step king won't be able to escape unscathed. And let's wait. The 3 chose a towering reef and sat cross-legged, calmly waiting. Time flew by, and a smear of reddish-orange appeared on the ocean. Before long, an intense ray of sunlight shone from the end of the ocean. The sky was bright. An abnormally powerful spatial ripple transmitted from Yi Chen's cave. Under this spatial ripple, the mountain peak distorted like a reflection in the water. As the water rippled, the reflection naturally rippled along with it. It was an incomparably profound scene. The frequency of the spatial ripple increased, and the mountain peak distorted more and more. Finally, pung! The entire mountain peak shattered like a mirror, folding into countless pieces and scattering into a pile. On top of the pile of rubble, Yi Chen floated, his long hair fluttering in the wind. One could see the space around his body distorting, as if he was not in this world. 40% space profound. Done. Opening his eyes, Yi Chen revealed a joyous expression. For Extreme Emperor's foundation of space profound was too precious. With this foundation, Yi Chen was no longer like before, fumbling about on his own. Sometimes he would wander aimlessly and waste a lot of time. With the help of the foundation, Yi Chen could comprehend space profound in a regular pattern. Although he might not make any progress at times, once he did, it would lead to a chain of comprehensions. 40% space profound was already equivalent to 120% of ordinary profounds. Even the majority of life and death kings might not be able to compare to him in terms of space profound. After all, Yi Chen's comprehension ability was 5 times that of ordinary people, and he also had the foundation of space profound. His superiority was simply too great. After this matter, I'll start creating space profound sword arts. Only by creating my own space profound sword art can I display the full effect of space profound. Other people's profound martial skills were others in the end, and their perception would not be as deep. Nobody could understand their own profound martial skills as well. Morong's side seems to have made great progress. Floating in the air, Yi Chen sensed a powerful demonic ripple coming from Morong Qingcheng. This demonic ripple was no longer at Sea of Soul realm, but close to Half-Step King realm. Evidently, Morong Qingcheng was about to break through, perhaps in the next moment. "Ha! You're all here!" Just as Yi Chen exited his seclusion, a new situation occurred outside the enchantment. Another group of demonic humans rushed over, 202 in number. Adding the others, all the experts dispatched by demonic humans had arrived. "We were just waiting for you." Black Scales let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "What? The person inside the enchantment is very troublesome. Even the 4 of you can't handle him." Of the 2 half-step demonic human kings, one had light blue skin, while the other had a wooden expression. Sensing the problem, the blue-skinned half-step demonic human king said, "He's much more troublesome than you think. But now that everyone is here, he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings. He can only obediently wait to be captured. White Nightmare's treatment is almost complete." At this moment, the fat demonic human duo Long said, "And it's a good time. About half the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, White Nightmare, who was sitting cross-legged on a reef, opened his eyes. Surging Zhen Yuan rushed out, shattering the surrounding reef and reversing the waves. He stood up and flew to the side of the group, then said with killing intent, "Let's do it! Let's go!" Duo Long signaled the Sea of Soul realm demonic humans to open a hole in the enchantment. Swish! Their figures flickered as they entered, and the other Sea of Soul realm demonic humans followed behind, flying in batches. The enchantment closed, leaving only 108 Sea of Soul realm demonic humans in charge of maintaining the enchantment. 6 half-step demonic human kings and 500 Sea of Soul realm demonic humans. Yi Chen's complexion was unsightly. He didn't expect so many experts to arrive. 1 White Nightmare was already not weak, and 5 half-step demonic human kings were no small matter. Moreover, 500 Sea of Soul realm demonic humans were already a medium-sized force, capable of sweeping across half-step kings. Yi Chen was astonished, but White Nightmare and the rest were even more astonished. They were not astonished by Yi Chen, but by Morong Qingcheng's seclusion location. An extremely pure demonic power, Ripple, was transmitted from there. It should be known that demonic power could only be cultivated by perfect demonic human bloodline. Humans and ordinary demonic humans simply couldn't cultivate it. Could this kid's companion be a perfect demonic human? This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, from the demonic power ripple, the other party seemed to be in the process of breaking through. Once a perfect demonic human broke through to the half-step king realm, they would become a perfect half-step king. Chapter 776. Perfect half-step demonic human king. This was no joke. It represented the most perfect half-step demonic human king, as well as the most invincible. Moreover, the opponent cultivated demonic power, which was higher than Zhen Yuan. It was a higher-level energy. Under the same cultivation base, those who cultivated demonic power could instantly kill those who didn't. This was the disparity between them. Apart from this, as members of the demonic human clan, the six also knew that perfect demonic vessels could awaken innate abilities, which would become more and more frightening along with the increase in realm. For example, if the innate ability was defense, then it would become more and more powerful along with the increase in realm. Even if the opponent's cultivation base was much higher, they would still find it hard to break through. They had only come to capture or kill the murderer. How could they have imagined that they would run into a perfect demonic vessel? The six exchanged glances. Ha ha! Black Scales laughed heartily and said to the five, "This is our luck. Perfect demonic vessel bloodline. Even my chaotic demon ocean lineage has only cultivated two of them. One is at mid-sea of soul realm, and the other is only at late astral reaching realm. If we capture this person and bring him back, the patriarch and the rest will certainly reward us handsomely. Zhen Yuan crystals and extreme grade spirit stones will not be lacking. I wonder where she came from. Apart from our chaotic demon ocean, are there other demonic human clans that can raise a perfect demonic vessel?" Dolong asked. The blue-skinned demonic human said, "My chaotic demon ocean is known as the 10 Great Clans. In fact, in ancient times, there were more than 10 demonic human clans. There were hundreds of them. However, with the passage of time, some clans gradually declined until they disappeared. Some clans hid in the dark, never seeing the light of day. Isn't there a Yuan clan on True Spirit Continent? I heard they also have 2 demonic human kings. Perhaps she came from the Yuan clan. Who cares about the Yuan family? Would they dare to fight against our top 10 families?" Earlier on, the leader and the others had already planned to go to the True Spirit Continent and force the Yuan family to migrate over, turning our demi-demon race into the top 11 families. The perfect demi-demon bloodline that they have raised would naturally have to serve us as well. It is only natural. Ha! Looks like the heavens favor my demonic human clan. One day, my demonic human clan will unite the entire Elysium. Hearing this, Yichen creased his brows. He didn't expect that the demonic human clan would stretch their hands this far. They actually had their eyes on the True Spirit Continent's demonic human clans, and even wanted to force the Yuan clan to migrate over. Since the Yuan clan had migrated over, the Morong clan and other demonic human clans would not be able to escape either. After all, their strength was too weak, and it was impossible for them to contend against the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan. Not to mention them, any power on True Spirit Continent seemed weaker than the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan. Morong being targeted by them was definitely a troublesome matter. I was too careless. If I had known this would happen, I would have interrupted Morong's breakthrough and left this place. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within them. However, according to our demonic human clan's historical records, once the perfect demonic human bloodline breaks through to the perfect half-step demonic human king realm, its battle prowess will be unparalleled. With the 6 of us and 500 clansmen, it won't be difficult to defeat or kill her. However, it won't be easy to capture her. The gray-robed demonic human said with a frown. White Nightmare's killing intent overflowed. There's no need to waste so much effort. As long as we injure her, with all our strength, we can bring her back. You're right. Even if she becomes a perfect half-step demonic human king, she will need time to familiarize herself with her strength. She won't be able to excavate her strength to the limit so quickly. Duo Long nodded. The six didn't have any intention of interrupting Murong Qingqing's breakthrough. After all, the breakthrough of a perfect demonic human bloodline was no small matter. Once interrupted, who knew what would happen? In the worst case, they might bring back a cripple, and they would be punished. Therefore, they could only wait for Murong Qingqing's breakthrough before capturing her. In any case, with their current strength and numbers, they didn't need to worry about not being able to deal with her. Before that, we have to take care of this trouble first. Turning his head, White Nightmare looked at Yi Chun with a sinister gaze, his white freckled face brimming with killing intent. Since she has the perfect demonic human bloodline, there's no need to keep her alive, lest something unexpected happens. Black Scales sneered. Seems like you're quite confident. Yi Chun secretly accumulated his strength. A peerless destruction sword intent converged in his sea of soul, ready to erupt at any time and destroy everything. You think that with our strength, we shouldn't be confident. The blue-skinned demonic human looked at Yi Chun with a mocking expression. Don't waste words with him. Let's attack together and kill him. The destructive power of 500 C of Soul Realm demonic humans was too great and could easily destroy the entire island. Therefore, the six decided to personally take action and kill Yi Chun. With their control ability, as long as they paid the slightest bit of attention, the island wouldn't suffer too much pressure. Very well, I'll kill you as well. Yi Chen's body suddenly leaned forward. Without any warning, he unsheathed the Thunder Disaster Sword and slashed at the six waning moon. Buzz! The black, crescent-shaped sword energy seemed as if it wanted to devour the whole world. The scorching sun in the sky dimmed, losing its splendor. As the sword energy advanced, a pure destruction sword intent spread out like a storm, engulfing everything. At this moment, Yi Chun exerted his strength to the limit. Bastard, be careful! White Nightmare, who had tasted the might of this sword, roared. Gray-white Zhen Yuan gushed out of his body and surged forward like a surging tide. Apart from Duo Long, the other four already knew that Yi Chun had an extremely powerful sword art. Facing this sword art, they couldn't be careless and had to join hands to defend. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger. Therefore, including Duo Long, all five of them operated their Zhen Yuan to the limit and rushed out together. Converging with White Nightmare's gray-white Zhen Yuan, they formed a multicolored river of Zhen Yuan and intercepted the black sword energy. Rumble! The black sword energy bombarded the river of Zhen Yuan with an unstoppable momentum, bursting out energy ripples that distorted the enchantment above the island. Layers upon layers of black mist were annihilated, as if a black sheet of paper had been painted with a different color, leaving a large empty space. The sun and moon lost their radiance, and the heaven and earth lost their color. The spectating sea of soul, realm demonic humans, all lost their hearing and sight. They couldn't feel anything, as if time had frozen in this space. Dong! It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it was a very long time, or perhaps it was only an instant, but everyone's hearing was restored. However, the loud noise that followed made them dizzy. Their vision turned black, and they almost fell from the sky. Bearing the brunt of the attack, White Nightmare and the other demonic humans couldn't help but fly back. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of their mouths, their complexions slightly pale. Meanwhile, Yi Chun also retreated a dozen steps, his clothes fluttering in the wind. How can he be so powerful? Even with the combined strength of the six of us, we can barely block him. Facing him alone, won't we die without a doubt? Black Scales was both startled and furious. Duo Long said, "Take out the six-way cloud polarity. Otherwise, our chances of killing him won't be high unless we have 500 of our clansmen attack together. And this kid must be dealt with the six-way cloud polarity." A gloomy light flickered in the hand of the gray-robed demonic human, and a wrist-thick chain of unknown length appeared. The chain was black, with a barb at the front and a ring at the back. The ring was tied to a thin chain, and the front of the chain was a buckle that seemed to be able to hold on to something. The chain was clearly an artifact, emitting an extremely powerful fluctuation. However, according to Yi Chen's eyesight, this chain was merely a half-step extreme-grade artifact. He didn't know what kind of mysteries it had. "Connect!" The blue-skinned demonic human roared. Ka. A shocking scene occurred. The ends of the chains in the hands of the six people could actually connect with each other, interlocking with each other. In this way, the chains in the hands of the six people could be considered as one, turning from individual to whole. Even an idiot could tell that the power of the chains was different. "Kill!" The six lined up and brandished the chains in their hands, lashing at Yi Chun. Crack! A mountain on the island was only grazed by a chain, and it immediately turned into ashes, blown away by the chi. Meanwhile, the other 5 chains attacked, at Yi Chun one after the other. Black chi surged out from the surface of the chains, making them look very thick. At first glance, they looked like 5 black flood dragons dancing in the air, trying to tear Yi Chun into pieces. Ding! His figure flickered as Yi Chun held the Thunder Disaster Sword and clashed head-on with one of the chains. Immediately, an incomparably frightening power transmitted from the chain and struck Yi Chen's body along the Thunder Disaster Sword. Yi Chen's entire body was blasted away. Although he had made ample preparations, he didn't expect the chain's might to be this powerful. How was this a half-step extreme-grade artifact? It was most likely a pseudo-extreme-grade artifact, with the 6 of them using a pseudo-supreme-grade artifact. Although their movements were inconvenient, their zhenyuan was more abundant. After all, the zhenyuan of 6 people added together was not something a single person could compare to. He finally understood the use of the 6-way cloud pollution. With it, the 6 of them could completely contend against a strongest half-step king. What? Didn't kill him? Didn't injure him either? Duo Long was astonished. So that's how it is. He's wearing a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact. No wonder he can come out unscathed. Seeing the bronze runes on Yi Chen's protective zhenyuan, White Nightmare immediately understood. So what if he has a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact? His cultivation base is only at the peak late C of Soul Realm. He simply can't bring out the full might of a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact. Moreover, activating a pseudo-extreme grade defensive artifact requires a large amount of zhenyuan. He can't use it more than a few times. Kill. With that thought in mind, the 6 of them continued to wave their chains and attack Yi Chun. Whatever the chains that were spewing out with the black chi would be destroyed. Dang, dang, dang. Yi Chun unceasingly waved his sword to counterattack. Due to his apprehension of the chain's destructive power, he had to send out sword chi through the air to block the chain. However, the sword chi couldn't compare to the attack of the sword itself, and was easily shattered by the chain. Left without a choice, Yi Chun clashed with the chain a few more times. Each time, his blood and chi boiled, and he rapidly retreated. Chapter 777. Die. White Nightmare, and Hei Lin had the highest cultivation base. The 2 waved the black chains in their hands, and like two dragons emerging from the sea, they attacked Yi Chen from the left and right. The frightening pressure brought by the six-way cloud pollution froze the space around Yi Chen, making it hard for him to dodge. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't afford to hold back anymore. He shot out 4 void-shattering fingers, each striking the 2 chains. Space immediately warped. Although the six-way cloud pollution was powerful, its trajectory was warped by the void-shattering fingers, and it slid to the side. Space profound. He Lin's pupils shrank. His space profound has become much more powerful. Duo Long was the only one who had seen Yi Chen's void-shattering fingers. He could tell that Yi Chen's void-shattering fingers had become even more powerful. It could even warp the six-way cloud pollution's trajectory. Yi Chen's figure shot backward. Not daring to waste a single second, he took out 2 upper supreme grade pellets from his storage ring, swallowing one and hiding the other in his mouth. This pellet was a semi-supreme grade pellet given to him by Dragon God Celestial Palace. Not only could it rapidly recover Jin Yuan, it had no side effects. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bottle, and every time he used one, it would be 1 less. The pellet melted in his mouth like a clear spring, flowing through his limbs and bones while recovering Yi Chen's withered Jin Yuan. Let's attack together. Use the 6-way array. He has a semi-supreme grade pellet for recovering Jin Yuan. Seeing Yi Chen's Jin Yuan rising again, the blue-skinned demonic human's expression changed as he yelled at the other 5. We actually have to use the 6-way array to kill him. Even if this kid dies, he should be proud. Yi Chen's toughness caused the 6 expressions to turn grave. The 6-way cloud polishing rope was an artifact passed down in the demonic human race. It could be divided into 6 parts, and the 6 parts could also combine into 1, forming a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Corresponding to this artifact was a 6-way array. The 6-way array combined with the 6-way cloud polishing rope could not only trap the enemy, but also exhaust them, ultimately killing them. It was originally meant to deal with strongest half-step kings. Who would have thought that it would be used on a peak C of Soul Realm cultivator like Yi Chen? The 6 of them had also consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. Using the 6-way array required a lot of Jin Yuan. The 6 of them swallowed down a medicinal pill at the same time, trying their best to restore their Jin Yuan. 6-way formation, seal heaven and earth. The thin chains attached to the chains were extremely long. The 6 separated and surrounded Yi Chen in the middle, forming a 6-way array. As soon as the array was formed, a boundless and frightening black chi flowed along the chains and shot out from the 6 bodies, forming 6 black chi pillars. The chi pillars connected with each other and formed a thin black membrane, sealing Yi Chen within. Inside the 6-way array, Yi Chen could no longer see the scene on the island. Raising his head, he could only see black chi surging everywhere. What a mysterious array. Yi Chen's Jin Yuan had already recovered 80%, so he didn't have to worry about running out of Jin Yuan for the time being. However, the situation before him didn't allow him to be optimistic. Huff, huff. In the void, black chi surged. All of a sudden, a chain shrouded in black chi appeared out of nowhere and attacked Yi Chen with an unstoppable momentum. Yi Chen didn't dare to face it head-on. Using the void-shattering finger's power, he twisted the chain's attack trajectory. However, in the next moment, another 5 chains appeared out of nowhere. Since he couldn't see the source of the chains, Yi Chen's reaction was a bit slower. He couldn't change the trajectory of the 5 chains at the same time like before. Only 3 of them could be twisted, while the remaining 2 were like evil dragons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Sword light flight art. Forming the sword wings on his back, Yi Chen's body flashed once, barely dodging the last 2 chains, brushing past his body. Huff, 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 huff. The second wave of attacks followed. 6 chains danced in the air, forming an inescapable net. Meanwhile, Yichen felt like he was walking on a tightrope. He could be hit by the chains at any moment and fall from the tightrope, smashing his body into pieces. This won't do. Do I have to use the Sky Scorpio sword? Inside the 6-way array, Yichen was already at a disadvantage. He would be defeated and killed sooner or later. At this moment, apart from the Sky Scorpio sword, there was nothing else that could help Yichen break the 6-way array and escape. However, using the Sky Scorpio sword was no small matter. The Sky Scorpio sword was the sword of the Sky Scorpio King under Emperor 4 Extreme. It contained one of the 10 great miraculous metals, the purple crystal iron. When activated by the sword Qi, it could instantly crystallize and shatter anything it came into contact with. However, with Yi Chen's Zhenyuan, he could only use the Sky Scorpio sword once. After that, his Zhenyuan would be completely drained. Although he had the Dragon God Metal, which stored 30% of his Zhenyuan and could be replenished at any time, as well as half a bottle of upper clear pellets, which could also allow his Zhenyuan to recover very quickly. However, one mustn't forget that there were still 500 C of Soul Realm demonic humans outside. Even if he destroyed the 6-way array and killed 6 half-step demonic human kings, he would still have to face the joint attack of 500 C of Soul Realm demonic humans. The joint attack of 500 C of Soul Realm demonic humans was absolutely destructive. Not to mention him, even a strongest half-step king would perish. Putting aside all these, once the Sky Scorpio sword appeared, Yichen would have to silence everyone who saw it because it was too precious. After these demonic humans returned, they would certainly report the news to their demonic human kings. At that time, the ones chasing after him would not be Sea of Soul Realm demonic humans or half-step demonic human kings, but genuine demonic human kings. With his strength, even with the Sky Scorpio sword, facing a demonic human king would only lead to death. Could he exterminate all the demonic humans here? Clearly not. The biggest possibility was that after killing 6 half-step demonic human kings, he would be killed by 500 C of Soul Realm demonic humans. This possibility was 90%. Whatever, it's not the time of life and death yet. If that moment comes, even if I die, I'll use the Sky Scorpio sword. Being overcautious was not Yi Chen's style, but he couldn't be too impulsive either. Yichen decided to wait until Morong Qingcheng broke through to half-step demonic human king realm. Then, they would attack the 6-way array together and open a passage in the enchantment, leaving this place. Morong, you have to hurry. Yichen felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. In Morong Qingcheng's seclusion cave, Buzz, waves of powerful demon power spread out. Morong Qingcheng, who was at the source of the ripples, was dripping wet one moment and then dry the next. A thick white mist seemed to pour out from the top of her head. Her face was extremely dry, and her lips had already cracked open, with many wrinkles appearing on them. Her hair had gradually turned from black to yellow, without a trace of luster. However, at this moment, an even more vast demonic power fluctuation spread out. The mountain where the cave was located trembled, and a dazzling black radiance shot out from the cracks on the mountain's surface. The entire mountain looked like a huge hedgehog with black radiance like swords. Ha! A crisp roar pierced through the sky. Morong Qingcheng suddenly opened her eyes, which were unfathomable and incomparably sharp. The long hair on her head danced like black flames. Puff! White mist spread out in all directions. Morong Qingcheng opened her hands, and her body bent into a bow shape. The water qi of heaven and earth gathered with her, as the center, fusing into her body and nourishing her withered body. One could see with naked eyes that Murong Qingqing's long hair turned black and supple, carrying a trace of black light. The skin on her face returned to its original white and supple state, without a trace of blemish. It was like a boiled egg that had just been peeled off. The dead skin on her lips fell off automatically, revealing her moist and supple skin. She has broken through. Don't waste time. Kill this kid as soon as possible. He Lin had a bad premonition as he yelled. At the same time, he sent a Zhen Yuan transmission to his 500 clansmen telling them to stop Murong Qingqing and not let her come over and destroy the six-way formation. Within the six-way formation, the frequency of the chain's attacks became higher and higher. It had long since reached the point of being dazzling and indistinguishable. If not for Yi Chen's pseudo-extreme grade armor, dragon god metal, upper clear pellet, and void-shattering finger, he would have long since been killed. In fact, although Yi Chen's strength couldn't compare to the strongest half-step kings, his survivability was still above them. The strongest half-step kings were stronger than Yi Chen in terms of offense and Zhen Yuan. However, in terms of reaction, defense, and technique, they might not necessarily be able to surpass Yi Chen. This was also the biggest reason why Yi Chen could last until now. The chain's attack frequency suddenly increased, and the pressure on Yi Chen instantly increased tenfold. Ding, ding, ding. However, what left White Nightmare and the rest in disbelief was that Yi Chen had once again used a space profound sword art. This sword art had many loopholes, and it hadn't been fused with the space profound, so its might wasn't that formidable. However, it still contained the space profound. The instant it clashed with the chains, it could twist the chain's trajectory, allowing it to counter 1,000 caddies with little effort. Why is this kid so troublesome? Duo Long almost cursed it out loud. Go to hell. The six mustered their Zhen Yuan and brandished the chain with all their might, crazily attacking Yi Chen. The frequency once again doubled, and the Zhen Yuan within their bodies flowed like water. Puff! It was difficult for two fists to contend against four hands. Yi Chen's space profound sword art was still imperfect, and it was hard for him to resist such a high frequency of attacks. After being whipped several times by the chain, his protective Zhen Yuan, which had been amplified by the bronze armor, dimmed a bit. A tyrannical power passed through the protective Zhen Yuan and struck Yi Chen's body. Even though the power was weakened, it still caused him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Only now could Murong Qingqing freely control the demonic power within her body. She turned her head and saw the 6 half-step kings forming the six-way array. The array was pitch black and nothing could be seen. However, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would know that the person inside was Yi Chen. Stop him. 500 C of soul, realm demonic humans blocked in front of Murong Qingqing. Their weapons and gloves flickered with all kinds of lights. As long as their leader gave the order, they would attack together. Murong Qingqing coldly smiled. With a pung, a pair of huge black wings unfolded from her back. Black chi surged on the wings like black flames. With a fierce flap of the wings, Murong Qingqing's body instantly disappeared and reappeared behind the 500 C of soul realm demonic humans. So fast, the Sea of Soul realm demonic humans were dumbstruck. They couldn't even keep up with such speed. How could they fight? A perfect half-step king was too frightening, especially one with innate speed. Chapter 778. The Sea of Soul realm demonic humans could only look on blankly as Murong Qingqing flew toward Yi Chen. At this moment, they didn't dare to attack, because whether it was the enemy or the 6 half-step kings leading them, they would all be within their range of attack. She's coming. Activate the six-way array. As long as we have a bit more time, we'll be able to kill this kid. White Nightmare, and the rest were paying attention to Murong Qingqing. Seeing that the 500 clansmen couldn't stop her, their complexions changed. Each of them swallowed a Zhenyuan replenishing pellet and activated the six-way cloud polation with all their strength. The black chi of the six-way cloud polation roiled, and the six thin chains connected to it were activated. A second membrane appeared around the six, putting them in between the two layers. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing's right hand turned into a blade and chopped down. Pung! The membrane around the six crazily distorted, causing their complexions to turn pale. It can't be broken. Murong Qingqing's brows creased. Midway, her hands rapidly formed seals. Due to her fast speed, it seemed as if her hands were shrouded in an illusory sphere. At the same time, boundless dark power rippled out from her body. Dark Devour. After forming seals, Murong Qingqing pushed her hands forward. Rumble! On the outer wall of the membrane, a dark energy ball that was constantly collapsing and rotating appeared. This dark energy ball was like a black hole emitting an astonishing suction force that was distorting the membrane around the six of them. Under this terrifying suction force, the membrane became unstable, expanding and contracting at times, as if it could collapse at any time. Don't even think about it. The six roared and poured their Zhenyuan into the six-way cloud polation like water, stabilizing the membrane. Humph! Murong Qingqing coldly snorted and formed seals again, condensing a second dark energy sphere. Under the pincer attack of two dark energy spheres, the membrane finally couldn't endure and loudly collapsed. Puff! With the outer array broken, the six spurted blood, their Zhenyuan fluctuating. Break! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Murong Qingqing struck toward Duo Long, who was the closest to her. As long as one of the six was injured or became uncoordinated, the six-way cloud polation would collapse. Damn it! As a last resort, Duo Long couldn't afford to attack Yichen anymore. He moved his body horizontally, avoiding Murong Qingqing's incoming palm energy. As his body moved, a flaw appeared in the six-direction formation, and a gap appeared. With a swoosh, a sword light flashed, and Yichen rushed out of the gap. Fortunately, you broke through in time. Yichen was in a sorry state. There were many tears on his clothes, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, this was only his appearance. With the undying body, these injuries were nothing to Yichen. Of course, if Murong Qingqing had come a little later, the situation would have been even worse. Why didn't you interrupt me? Seeing the 500 sea of soul realm demonic humans and 6 half-step kings, Murong Qingqing sucked in a breath of cold air. She was somewhat blaming him. Facing so many enemies, Yichen should have interrupted her breakthrough and left together instead of risking his life to buy time for her. It's fine. You still don't believe me? Moreover, it's not like I don't have a trump card. I just can't use it casually. Yichen was talking about the Sky Scorpio sword. If I had broken through a little later, even if you had the Sky Scorpio sword, you might not have been safe. Murong Qingqing sized up the 6 half-step kings, then turned her head to glance at the 500 sea of soul realm demonic humans. She was speechless. This kind of lineup was not a joke. Let's go out first. I should be able to open a gap in this enchantment. Murong Qingqing's breakthrough allowed Yichen to heave a sigh of relief. Stalling for time was correct. Things were progressing in a good direction, and the only thing he had to face now was the enchantment. Want to leave? It won't be that easy. White Nightmare and the other 5 were attracted by Murong Qingqing's temperament. Compared to Murong Qingqing, even the perfect demonic human bloodline of chaotic Demon Ocean clan was far inferior to Murong Qingqing. She seemed to be the most perfect without a single flaw. Since they had encountered such a perfect demonic human bloodline. They had no reason to let her go. Therefore, they had to capture her. Miss, you and I are both part of the demonic human clan, and you have the perfect demonic human bloodline. As long as you come back with us, I can guarantee that our demonic human clan will worship you as the saintess. This is much better than wandering the world with him. I believe you will make the right choice. Duo Long said patiently. Murong Qingcheng said, I have my own clan. I don't need to join the chaotic Demon Ocean clan. Hee, if I'm not wrong, you should be from True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan. They're too weak, and they're harming the dignity of my demonic human clan. Moreover, it's not just you. In the future, True Spirit Continent's demonic human clan will also join my chaotic Demon Ocean. Duo Long revealed a faint smile. Then we'll talk about it later. As she spoke, Murong Qingcheng silently held Yi Chen's palm, secretly accumulating demonic power. Yi Chen's heart shook as he understood Murong Qingcheng's plan. I'm afraid it won't be good in the future. Why don't you come to my clan as guests? As long as the two returned to their territory, they would have the final say. Let's go. Murong Qingcheng spoke halfway when the wings on her back fiercely flapped. A black halo emitted from her body as she brought Yi Chun toward the enchantment at the edge of the island. Her speed was so fast that only a black light could be seen. It was no different from teleportation. Damn it! Stop her! The six had long since been on guard against Murong Qingcheng and Yi Chen's escape. The moment the two disappeared, they brandished their chains and lashed at the two. The six-way cloud polation was, after all, a pseudo-supreme grade artifact. Once activated, its speed was inconceivably fast. Unfortunately, Murong Qingcheng's speed was not much slower than the six-way cloud polation. Adding on the fact that she was a step ahead, there was still a certain distance between them. No matter how much the six-way cloud polation urged, it could only gradually close the distance. The island was not small, but it was not big either. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng soon arrived before the enchantment, with the six-way cloud polation still chasing after them. Void-shattering finger. Yi Chun urged the space profound and stabbed at the enchantment in front of him. The enchantment was infused with the power of space and was hard to see with the naked eye. However, under the attack of the void-shattering finger, it instantly distorted and bulged outwards. Pop! A spiraling passage appeared before the two. The walls of the passage looked like glass shards, a sign of the solidification of space power. Let's go! With no time to lose, the two rushed toward the spiraling passage. How is this possible? He actually broke the enchantment. The six turned pale with fright. The hidden fog enchantment was a rare enchantment of demonic humans. Although they knew that Yi Chen knew the space profound, with his cultivation base and realm, it would be hard for him to break it. However, the scene before them clearly told them that Yi Chun had the ability to break the enchantment. It was truly beyond their expectations. Yi Chen's ability to break the enchantment was naturally not purely relying on the space profound. He also had the soul, eye, which granted him the ability to instantly see through the imperfections of the enchantment. After all, not everyone outside was proficient in using the enchantment. Relying on this ability, he dared to say that he had a certain amount of confidence in breaking the enchantment, and now he had succeeded. Without the sixth command, the 500 sea of soul realm demonic humans had already started attacking the moment Murong Qingcheng and Yi Chen escaped. Therefore, the instant the two entered the passage, hundreds of attacks rained down on them. Schwa. Unfortunately, the two were a step faster and entered the spiraling passage first. Bang! 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 The attacks landed on the enchantment barrier and the spiraling passage, producing a series of loud explosions. The passage rapidly collapsed and chased after Yichun and Murong Qingcheng. "Open the enchantment, quickly!" Duo Long transmitted his voice to the demonic humans outside through a special method. Although the Sea of Soul realm demonic humans outside didn't know what was happening inside, they could feel the enchantment shaking. Someone had forcefully broken the enchantment and was about to come out. Therefore, with Duo Long's command, they immediately stopped operating the enchantment and dispersed their Zhenyuan. Layers of black mist scattered, and a gale blew in from the ocean outside the island. The entire island was suddenly exposed to the heaven and earth, looking extremely mysterious. The enchantment disappeared. Yichun and Murong Qingcheng felt the pressure lighten. Looking back, the island returned to its original appearance, without any barrier. "Forget about it. Let's leave this place first." Without the enchantment, Murong Qingcheng's speed sharply increased once again. With a flap of the black wings on her back, she brought Yichun away like a black ray of light. After traveling for several dozen li, Yichun and Murong Qingcheng suddenly felt a frightening crisis approaching. Looking back, the two's expressions instantly changed. In his line of sight, a gigantic black chain that was several meters thick and immeasurably long rushed over. Wherever it went, the seawater was plowed open. The clouds in the sky were shattered, and some small islands suddenly collapsed, turning into dust. The might of this chain was terrifying to the point of being a complete mess, and the source of the chain was in White Nightmare's hands. Unknowingly, the six-way cloud pollution had reassembled into a single chain. Holding the six-way cloud pollution chain in its other form, White Nightmare circulated his Zhenyuan with all his might and lashed out with the chain. As the chain lashed out, it automatically enlarged and lengthened, resulting in the scene just now. This is the true power of the pseudo-extreme grade artifact, the six-way cloud polishing rope. Its previous form could be used in conjunction with arrays, but its might was spread out. Its offensive power was only several times that of a half-step extreme grade artifact, not reaching the standard of a pseudo-extreme grade artifact. Only then did Yichun understand how frightening the six-way cloud pollution chain was, and how frightening a pseudo-extreme grade artifact was. The bronze armor and six-way cloud pollution chain were of similar grade, but his cultivation base was only at peak late Sea of Soul realm. Being able to resist the six-way cloud pollution chain made him feel somewhat strange. Rumble! The six-way cloud pollution chain's might was unparalleled as it swept toward the two with unstoppable momentum. Waning moon. Demonic finger. Yichun and Murong Qingcheng turned around and used their strongest moves, attacking the chain. Chapter 779. The black crescent-shaped sword power contained the profoundness of metal and water. It was sharp and tenacious at the same time, and had great potential. When the sword was swung out, it seemed like the void was about to be cut open. Before it collided with the chains, the sharp sword power had already counterattacked. The black finger energy was Murong Qingcheng's innate skill, demonic finger. Using Murong Qingcheng's perfect half-step demonic king strength, its might was 10 times greater than before. The finger shot out, dragging a heart-palpitating black luster behind it, as if it was a resplendent black diamond. Dong! The crescent-shaped sword energy and the black finger energy collided with the chain, creating a shock wave that swept out in all directions. The island below exploded with a bang, and the surrounding 100 li of seawater caved in by several thousand meters. A huge black hole also appeared in the sky. This was the sign of stunning sky being torn apart by the shock wave. The might of the exchange between the two sides had already faintly surpassed the peak confrontation of two strongest half-step kings. The shockwave not only destroyed everything in the vicinity, but also sent Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng flying with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. White Nightmare also spurted out blood. Yi Chen's waning moon and Murong Qingcheng's demonic finger were enough to deal with one of them, but two of them were beyond his power. Moreover, the six-way cloud scraping rope was not an ordinary pseudo-supreme grade artifact, and its Zhen Yuan requirement was enormous. Thus, White Nightmare's Zhen Yuan, which wasn't much to begin with, made him incomparably weak. His injuries seemed even more severe than those of Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng. You didn't stop them? Beside him, He Lin's face was gloomy. Murong Qingcheng's speed was astonishing, and the distance between them was close to 100 li. Even if they chased, they wouldn't be able to catch up. White Nightmare rigidly stared at the two in the distance and said, "Worthy of being a perfect half-step demonic human king. As soon as she entered this realm, her strength is already close to a strongest half-step king. Given some time, it won't be hard for her to become a strongest half-step king." On the side, Duo Long smiled bitterly and said, "There's also that kid. His cultivation base is not high, but the profound sense martial skill he comprehended is incomparably profound, allowing him to display 10 times his strength. Fortunately, he hasn't become a half-step king. Otherwise, the ones running away wouldn't be them, but us. Although we didn't catch them, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Since we found the whereabouts of perfect half-step demonic human kings, the patriarchs will reward us with some Zhen Yuan crystals and supreme-grade spirit stones. It's better than returning empty-handed." The blue-skinned humanoid comforted himself. After flying for tens of thousands of miles in a single breath, Murong Qingcheng and Yi Chun finally slowed down a little, maintaining their normal speed. A pseudo-supreme grade artifact really can't be underestimated. That demonic human strength was lower than ours, but he could display a might surpassing ours. Trivial injuries were nothing to the two. Yi Chun had the undying body and instantly recovered. On the other hand, Murong Qingcheng had a perfect demonic human bloodline, and her fourth-step demonic body was no small matter. Although her recovery speed was inferior to Yi Chen's, she had long since recovered. At this moment, Yi Chun sighed. Murong Qingcheng said, "This chain should be a peak existence among pseudo-supreme grade artifacts." Pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were usually replicas of supreme grade artifacts, and their might could hardly reach even half of an extreme grade artifact's might. Pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts, but it was not to say that pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were necessarily inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts. Some extremely powerful pseudo-supreme grade artifacts were not inferior to pseudo-supreme grade artifacts at all. However, this six-way cloud pollution chain's might was simply too powerful, and it had many transformations. Even with the two of them joining hands, they could only slightly suppress it, and suffered some minor injuries. If it were the other two, they would have been smashed into meat paste by the chain. The demonic humans are the rulers of chaotic demonic ocean, and their hands and eyes are everywhere. It seems like we can't stay here any longer. We have to leave as soon as possible. They had hidden themselves well enough and were more than 1,000,000 li away from the scene of the incident, but they had still been discovered. It was easy to see how terrifying the demonic humans' control over chaotic demonic ocean was. It would be very difficult to escape their pursuit. The two no longer hesitated, choosing a direction and flying at a normal speed. After the two escaped, White Nightmare's group of 6 didn't linger on the island any longer. They immediately set off, returning to the demonic humans' headquarters. They wanted to report the discovery of the perfect demonic human bloodline and let the higher-ups make a decision. On the way back, the black-robed old man of the demonic human clan was also hurrying. His figure flashed through the void, and his speed was unimaginable. A moment ago, he was still 100,000 li away, but the next moment, he was right in front of them. With the appearance of the black chi, the old man stopped as usual and began to investigate. The old man closed his eyes, and an incorporeal soul power spread out in all directions, covering a radius of several tens of thousands li. Seeing that there was nothing strange within several tens of thousands li, the old man formed a seal with both hands and let out a low roar. The evenly spread out soul power spread out, and the area it covered expanded by several times, reaching a radius of 200,000 li. The old man opened his eyes, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Puff! The black chi dissipated, and the old man disappeared. White Nightmare's group of 6 quickly led the 600 clansmen. Suddenly, a black chi appeared in the sky before them, and a black-robed old man walked out. Ancestor! White Nightmare and the rest were shocked, and one after another, they bowed in respect. The 500 clansmen behind them directly knelt in the void, not daring to raise their heads. The black-robed old man was none other than one of the demonic human kings of the demonic human clan. Demonic human kings were extremely revered existences no matter where they were. In the demonic human clan, they were called Ancestor. This black-robed old man was extremely old, at least several hundred years old. Thus, he was worthy of being called Ancestor. All of you, rise. The black-robed old man said expressionlessly, yes. White Nightmare and the 500 clansmen rose one after another. From your appearance, you seem to have fought with someone? The black-robed old man asked. The fat, demonic human duo Long said, Ancestor, we've already found the culprit, but we were useless. He escaped again. The 6 of you together with the 6-way cloud polishing rope and 600 clansmen still couldn't catch him. Could he be a strongest half-step king? The black-robed old man's face sank. Beside him, Black Scales explained, Ancestor, he's not a strongest half-step king, but he has grasped an extremely profound space profound, able to distort the 6-way cloud polishing rope's attack trajectory. Moreover, his strength is also close to his strongest half-step king. His sword arts are unpredictable and hard to deal with. Oh, grasping space profound. This is not surprising. Space profound is one of the strongest profounds and has many wondrous uses. It can't be calculated with common sense. It's understandable that you couldn't catch him. But from your expressions, I'm afraid that's not the main reason. The black-robed old man observed their expressions and asked back. Ancestor is wise. Duo Long cupped his hands and said he was able to escape because he had a companion, and that companion's identity is no small matter. He has perfect demonic human bloodline and has already advanced to half-step king realm, possessing innate speed abilities. Perfect demonic human bloodline. Speak quickly. The black-robed old man's complexion suddenly changed, no longer maintaining his calm demeanor. Duo Long didn't dare to keep the old man in suspense and said, according to our conjecture, she should be from true spirit continent. When we talked to her, she didn't deny it either. I'm thinking that our chaotic demonic ocean lineage should migrate people from true spirit continent to strengthen our clan. The black-robed old man glared at Duo Long. Don't ask about matters that don't concern you. Yes, Duo Long was startled and immediately lowered his head. True spirit continent is not a good place. There are as many kings as there are clouds in the sky, far more than any other place. If our chaotic demonic ocean lineage wants to subdue the true spirit continent's demonic human clan, we have to think long and hard. We can't be too hasty, lest we bring disaster upon ourselves. Although the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan seemed to be much more powerful than any power on True Spirit Continent. True Spirit Continent was not as simple as it looked. True Spirit Continent was known as the Land of 100 Kings, and the number of life and death kings had never been less than 100. And this was only the human side. Adding the demonic beasts and other races, there were even more life and death kings. If one recklessly charged in, even the chaotic demon ocean's demonic human clan would not be able to escape unscathed. Otherwise, they would have long since forced the entire True Spirit Continent to migrate. All right, you go back and report this matter. I'll chase after them. The black-robed old man attached great importance to this matter. He wished he could immediately chase after that perfect demonic human bloodline. Unfortunately, 2 days had already passed, and the other party had already fled several million li away. With his ability, he couldn't find them in a short time. Yes, Duo Long, White Nightmare, and the other 5 immediately left with 600 clansmen. Perfect demonic human bloodline. Hee. The black-robed old man coldly smiled, and his body turned into black chi, disappearing like a bubble. Chaotic demonic ocean occupied several million li. 5 days later, Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng left chaotic demonic ocean and arrived at the ocean outside. The two didn't continue on their way, but instead found a secluded island as a temporary resting place. Because Murong Qingcheng had just entered the half-step king realm, she didn't have the time to consolidate her cultivation base and familiarize herself with her abilities. She could use this opportunity to consolidate her foundation. Moreover, with demonic power crystals, she could continue to strengthen her Zhen Yuan after consolidating her cultivation base. As for Yi Chun, although he had no hope of entering the half-step king realm for the time being, his Space Profound had already reached 40% completion, and his Space Profound sword art had also taken shape. As long as he had the time, creating a Space Profound sword art wouldn't be too difficult. Once the Space Profound was formed, Yi Chen's battle strength would naturally soar, and he would be able to contend against strongest half-step kings. Moreover, the Space Profound had many uses, and Yi Chen only knew a few of them. But just this little bit was enough to benefit him immensely, allowing him to contend against 6 half-step demonic human kings. If not for the Space Profound, he would have been defeated long ago. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Break. In a mountain range in the center of the island, Yi Chun held the Thunder Disaster Sword in his hand and waved it out. The mountain in front of him twisted instantly before shattering like a mirror. Space Profound is indeed formidable. This sword art of mine can't be considered complete, but its might is already not inferior to Waning Moon. Moreover, it's even more difficult to guard against. As long as one is enveloped by the sword aura, it'll be like a mirror, hard to dodge. If one's strength is slightly weaker, they'll be shattered into millions of pieces. Yi Chun himself was astonished by the sword art's destructive power. What a powerful human. It's better to retreat. There were many oceanic beasts in the deep ocean. The sudden appearance of 2 humans on the island had already attracted the attention of many powerful oceanic beasts. The oceanic beast that had retreated a moment ago was a half-step demonic beast king, not inferior to a human half-step king. Seeing Yi Chen's sword art so powerful, how could it dare to have any devious thoughts? It immediately retreated. Chapter 780. Yi Chen smiled faintly and didn't mind it too much. Although the opponent's concealment skill was very high, being able to merge with the sea water, it still couldn't escape his soul power's detection. The reason why he didn't make things difficult for him was because he was in the deep sea, the territory of the sea beasts. It was best not to cause any trouble. This sword move has already reached 60 to 70% completion. I can give it a name now. Thinking back to the scene, just now, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, Let's call it bewitching mirror shattering. When the sword was waved out, the mountain seemed to be reflected in a mirror and then shattered, giving people a very illusory feeling. Therefore, the first two words were very suitable, as it was both poetic and dreamy. The second two words, shattering, brought people back to the cruel atmosphere. No matter how beautiful the bewitching mirror was, it would still shatter one day. Swords were originally used for killing, and sword moves were also created for killing. Bewitching mirror shattering. Bewitching mirror shattering. Yichen repeated it twice and suddenly smiled. The space profound has many wondrous uses. This move is just one of the uses of the space profound. Next, I will create the second and third moves, and the space profound sword art will also become one of my strongest sword arts. The theory of bewitching mirror shattering was not hard. It was to spread out the space power under the urging of the sword chi. Once the space power locked onto the target, it would suddenly condense and freeze the opponent. Then, under the effect of the sword chi, it would shatter along with the opponent. The theory was not hard, but the execution was not so simple. First, the space profound had to be very profound, and then it had to be closely integrated with the sword art. Otherwise, the opponent would be able to find an opening and escape, and the move would be broken. Another 2 weeks passed, and Yi Chen's mastery of bewitching mirror shattering was getting better and better. It had also reached 70% completion from 60 to 70%. He could feel that as this move was perfected, his recently stagnant space profound was steadily improving. With the improvement of the space profound, his mastery of bewitching mirror shattering was getting better and better. The two complemented each other, and the improvement of the move was even faster. Rumble! On this day, a mountain peak in the west of the mountain range started to shake, and an extremely powerful demonic ripple spread out in all directions. Morong is coming out of seclusion. Yichen looked over. Morong Qingqing had consolidated her cultivation a week ago. In the following week, she had been using the demonic crystals to increase her demonic power. The demonic crystals were worthy of being called demonic crystals. In just a week, her cultivation had doubled. The demonic power fluctuations she emitted were much stronger than when she had just advanced to the half-step demonic king realm. Even the space around her was trembling. Stretching out her right hand, Murong Qingcheng gently pushed forward. Puff! Powerful demonic energy gushed out, piercing through the mountain wall that was hundreds of meters thick. It was no harder than tofu. In a flash, Murong Qingcheng turned into a black rainbow and flew out of the mountain peak. It looks like your cultivation has doubled. Yichen walked over and speculated based on the demonic aura emitted by Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng said, "Originally, it was impossible to double my cultivation in a week. However, after I advanced to the half-step demonic king realm, the remnant demonic power essence in my body started to dilute and merge with my demonic power. Demonic power essence is no small matter. It is your fortune to have obtained it." Recalling the past, Yichen couldn't help but sigh at the effect of the demonic power essence on Murong Qingcheng. Without the demonic power essence, it would have been extremely difficult for Murong Qingcheng to advance in this world where demonic qi was scarce. Others might have advanced by 2 realms, but she might not have advanced by 1 realm. It could be said that the demonic power essence made Murong Qingcheng who she was today. This demonic power essence still has its mysteries. Murong Qingcheng reached out her left hand. Amidst the flickering black light, a black crystal the size of a date seed rose up. Yichen said in surprise, "You can already control the demonic power essence." "Yes, but it can't leave my body. Otherwise, it will scatter." Murong Qingcheng faintly nodded and continued, "I can feel that there is something imprinted inside. It seems to be a demon race martial art or something. In the past couple of days, some vague fragments of information have appeared in my head. In the parallel space battlefield, the demonic king has been sealed for countless years, and his demonic power has been severely depleted. Even so, the Thunder King, the Beast King, and the Shining King were almost killed by him. It is easy to see that, at his peak, he had the strength of a titled monarch. It is understandable that his demonic power essence is a bit mysterious. Yi Chun looked at the remaining demonic power essence and found that it was somewhat similar to a demonic power crystal, but not completely. There were many complicated and profound patterns inside. These patterns were not inanimate objects, but were slowly moving and changing form from time to time. My space profound sword art has reached 70 to 80% completion, and its power has surpassed Waning Moon. Your cultivation base has also been consolidated, and it has doubled. We can leave now. As he spoke, Yi Chun had the intention to leave. Let's go. After staying for so many days, it was time to leave. Murong Qingcheng did not have any objections. The deep ocean was boundless, as if there was no end to it. After flying above the ocean for 7 days and 7 nights, the two crossed millions of li and arrived at a new ocean region. This ocean region was marked on the map as Rich Light Ocean Span. The reason it was called Rich Light Ocean Span was because there were many ruins here. Some of these ruins would often be explored by people, obtaining treasures that ordinary people could only dream of. As time went by, this ocean region got its name. Yi Chun spent a large amount of spirit stones to buy a map and decided to go there to try his luck. The Sky Scorpio sword in his storage ring was a huge source of Jin Yuan. Yi Chun really couldn't use it. Thunder Disaster Sword and other semi-extreme grade swords were also starting to fall behind. He needed a pseudo-extreme grade sword, or perhaps an even more powerful semi-extreme grade sword. As for Murong Qingcheng, she didn't have a pair of artifact gloves. I heard that Rich Light Ocean Span is very prosperous, and auctions are often held there. Perhaps we won't need to explore and can obtain what we want. Murong Qingcheng smiled. I hope so. Yi Chun faintly nodded. Foursquare Island was one of the more famous islands in Rich Light Ocean Span. The island was vast and towering, shaped like a square, hence the name Foursquare Island. There were many forces stationed on Foursquare Island, including human sex, demonic beast, and oceanic beast forces, as well as some organizations of deviant species. In short, one could see all kinds of strange life forms here. It wouldn't be strange if one ran into them on the street, since the people here had long since become accustomed to it. With influence, there would naturally be business. The most prosperous business here was undoubtedly the auction house, followed by miscellaneous goods stores, materials stores, restaurants, and so on. Due to Rich Light Ocean Span's peculiarity, many experts from the surrounding ocean span would come here from time to try their luck. As a result, the experts here were like cabbages. Sea of Soul Realm experts were as numerous as dogs, and half-step kings could be found everywhere. Experts were not very valuable here, but they were also very valuable. Above the ocean near Foursquare Island, numerous figures stood in the sky. Dozens of li away from these figures, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. The flames of battle soared into the sky, and the multicolored chi even eclipsed the blazing sun in the sky. Bastard, eat my fist. One was a golden-haired youngster, and the other was a red-faced man with a wide mouth and a square face. The two fiercely fought, and their chi raised several hundred meters tall waves. Amidst the intense battle, the golden-haired youngster roared and stomped on the waves, punching toward the red-faced man in the sky. This fist didn't contain Jun Yuan, but an incomparably dense demonic power. The demonic power was golden in color and incomparably resplendent. Little bastard, Your grandpa will skin you alive." The red-faced man wasn't someone to be trifled with. Raising the blade in his hand, he rapidly spun down. The snow-white blade light was like a tornado, devouring the golden fist power and then devouring the golden-haired youngster. The fierceness of the blade aura was frightening. There are so many experts here. 10 to 20% of the spectators are half-step kings. Amidst the crowd, two figures, one male and one female, had appeared out of nowhere. They were Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng. Yi Chun glanced around and exclaimed. Murong Qingcheng was attracted by the battle and said that golden-haired youngster should be a half-step demonic beast king. I wonder what kind of demonic beast he is. Young Miss must be a newcomer. You don't even know the young master of the Golden Lion clan, Shi Xiaobao. Beside her, a handsome youngster in luxurious clothes was attracted by Murong Qingcheng's clear and melodious voice. He couldn't help but turn his head and see that the speaker was a peerless beauty. His eyes couldn't help but brighten as he said, "Golden Lion clan?" Murong Qingcheng had never heard of it. Yi Chun, on the other hand, had heard of it. The Golden Lion clan should be one of the 100 beasts. They have boundless strength, and the demonic power they cultivate is called golden demonic power. Among the 100 beasts, they are ranked at the top. In the ancient era, it was said that there were more than 100 kinds of peak aptitude demonic beasts. These demonic beasts were classified as 100 beasts, and the Golden Lion clan was one of them. Some of the ancestors of the half-beast clans were also part of the 100 beasts, such as Nine-Headed Snake, Sky Tiger, Blue-Eyed White Wolf, and Yen Fong Fong. Moreover, they were ranked even higher than the Golden Lion clan. After all, the Blue One was a descendant of the Phoenix. You seem to know quite a bit. The well-dressed youngster sized up Yi Chun. Seeing that Yi Chun was merely at the peak of Late Sea of Soul Realm, he couldn't help but reveal a disdainful expression, thinking that he was merely Murong Qingcheng's follower. How could a follower have the qualifications to butt in? Clearing his throat, he no longer looked at Yi Chun and said to Murong Qingcheng, "Shi Xiaobao is a rare genius of the Golden Lion clan. His battle strength is extremely frightening. Even if I were to face him, I wouldn't have much of a chance of victory. As for this red-faced man, he is called Hong Alcuin because of a quarrel. The two have turned into a big battle. From the looks of it, they won't stop until one of them is dead." Rumble. As the well-dressed youngster spoke, the battle between Shi Xiaobao and Hong Alcuin reached its climax. Roar. A muffled, thunderous roar resounded as Shi Xiaobao suddenly transformed into his true form, turning into a 30-meter-tall golden lion. This golden lion had 4 pillar-like limbs, sharp claws, and a golden mane that shone resplendently as if forged from gold. Amidst his roar, a golden light radiated in all directions as he suddenly leaped up, appearing above Hong Alcuin and stomping down. Hong Alcuin's battle strength was more or less the same as Shi Xiaobao's in human form. At this moment, Shi Xiaobao had reverted to his true form. So how could he be his opponent? He was stomped down, his whole body bathed in blood. Shi Xiaobao was a savage by nature. After stomping down on Hong Alcuin, his huge head swooped down and fiercely bit down on Hong Alcuin's body. Puchi, Hong Alcuin's body, was torn in two at the waist. Blood spurted out as he died on the spot. Roar. Spitting out the corpse, Shi Xiaobao faced the sky and roared. A domineering aura erupted, intimidating many people. Chapter 781. He is indeed worthy of being a rare genius of the Golden Lion race. Once he regains his true form, his strength will increase by several folds. Hong Alcuin can be considered a powerful half-step king, but he was actually bitten in two. Everyone was already used to the tragic death of a half-step king. In rich light oceanography, experts died every day. They were happy to watch the show. This is already the second half-step king Shi Xiaobao has killed in this month. TSK. This golden lion is indeed brave and fierce. The luxuriously dressed youth said arrogantly with battle intent rising in his heart. Let's go. The battle had already ended, and Golden Lion Shi Xiaobao had the last laugh. Yichen also gained a new understanding of this peak high-grade demonic beast. And Murong Qingcheng followed behind Yichen. What's going on? A lackey actually wants the master to follow him? The luxuriously dressed youth was displeased, but he couldn't say anything. After all, even Murong Qingcheng didn't object. So why should he? Miss, this one is Lin Yuxuan. Remember me? The luxuriously dressed youth Lin Yuxuan sent a Zhen Yuan transmission to Murong Qingcheng. Murong Qingcheng paused for a moment, but didn't say anything. She followed behind Yichen, flying toward the nearby Four-Square Island. The top of Four-Square Island was very flat, and a huge city was situated on it, spanning several dozen li in both length and width. Landing on a long street, Yichen casually glanced around and found a map shop. Boss, give me a map of Four-Square City. Yichen arrived in front of the shop counter and knocked on the counter with his finger. All right, here's your map. It's worth 10 upper-grade spirit stones. The shop owner took out a folded map from the counter drawer and placed it on the counter. 10 upper-grade spirit stones for a map of a city? Yi Chen's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. Walking out of the shop, Murong Qingcheng laughed. The people who come here are all experts with a net worth of millions. They don't care about a mere 10 upper-grade spirit stones. Every place has a price, and it varies from person to person. However, compared to other places, it's a bit too ruthless. In an ordinary city in a small country, a city map would only cost a few taels at most. Even those super cities like the Martial City would only cost a few low-grade spirit stones. Compared to this place, the difference was too big. Of course, such a high price was understandable. The people here were all Almighty Sea of Soul Realm experts and half-step kings. If one were to ask for a few low-grade spirit stones, some of them would not be able to take it out. After all, everyone had only upper-grade spirit stones, and mid-grade spirit stones were rare. The map of Four-Square City was very detailed. What was on each street was clearly marked. Let's go to the materials store first. Maybe I can find what I need. Breaking through to Half-Step King Realm was not without shortcuts. According to Battle King's memories, there was a kind of half-step extreme grade spirit plant called heart-protecting flower that could protect the heart. If it could be refined into a heart-protecting pellet, the effect would be doubled. With the heart-protecting flower, Yichen would be able to increase the speed of his blood flow several times when breaking through to Half-Step King Realm. As long as the speed did not reach a certain level, he would not have to worry about his heart not being able to bear it. The material shop was on the 3rd street next door. This street was filled with material shops and grocery stores. Most of the things inside were not of much value, but it was possible to find priceless treasures. It depended on whether one had luck and good eyesight. Arriving at the first material store on the street, Yichen and Murong Qingcheng walked in. 2 guests. Feel free to look around. Our store's goods are guaranteed to be cheaper than other stores. The store owner greeted them warmly. Yichen faintly nodded. In this material store, most of the materials were of the middle grade. There were very few high-grade materials. As for the semi-supreme grade materials, they were all locked in the counters and could only be seen through the crystal. In some corners, there were some materials of unknown grade and function. Because they had been piled up there for many years, some dust had already fallen on them, making them look even more ancient. This place actually has soul stones, but there aren't many of them. On the wooden shelf on the east side, Yichen saw a few silver-black soul stones. He extended his soul power, but it was immediately blocked by the faint silver light outside the soul stones. Although it could not block all of them, it could still somewhat limit the soul power. Moreover, there were only a few of them. Only when there were enough of them could one's soul power be blocked. Without a doubt, these soul stones were genuine. A fist-sized soul stone would be worth about 5,000 upper-grade spirit stones on the market. These soul stones are all half the size of a fist. So, 4,000 upper-grade spirit stones would not be too much of a scam. Yichen sized them up, then turned around to look for something else. "Boss, do you have any more soul stones?" Right at this moment, a man walked over, picked up a soul stone from the wooden shelf, and asked the boss. Seeing that business had come, the boss smiled and said, yes, there are some in the inventory, but they are for my own use. Look at the price." The boss rubbed his hands. "Don't worry, I will take as many as you have. In addition, I will add 5% to the price." This man was wearing a white robe and had a graceful bearing. It was obvious that he was a high-level figure in a sect. Collecting soul stones was probably a sect's mission. A powerful sect must have a protective formation that could block soul power. Therefore, soul stones were quite necessary. Therefore, soul stones were generally useless for individuals, but they were very useful for a sect. "All right, follow me. Xiaofeng, help me look after the store." The boss smiled and led the white-robed man into one of the rooms in the store. "Let's go and have a look at the other stores." After walking around the store, Yichen did not see anything good. He left the store with Murong Qingcheng and returned to the street. Next, Yichen visited 7 or 8 stores in a row. Finally, he found 3 heart-nourishing grass, 2 spirit-melting grass, and 1 ice spirit flower. Heart-nourishing grass was a top-ranked spirit plant. It had the same effect as the heart-protecting flower. However, the difference between the two was that the heart-protecting flower emphasized the word protect. For a certain period of time, the heart-nourishing grass had an extremely powerful protective effect. On the other hand, the heart-nourishing grass was used to nourish the heart and strengthen it. After a long time, the heart would naturally be able to withstand more pressure. The 3 heart-nourishing grass could increase Yi Chen's chances of breaking through to half-step king realm to a certain extent, but whether he would succeed or not, Yi Chen did not know for now. As for the top-ranked spirit plant, spirit-melting grass, it was an extremely special spirit plant. This kind of spirit plant could allow Zhen Yuan and blood to fuse for a longer period of time. When this period of time was considerable, Yichen would be able to fuse his Zhen Yuan with his blood and successfully enter half-step king realm without the heart-protecting flower and heart-nourishing grass. Unfortunately, 2 plants were still too little. As for the last one, the ice spirit flower was used as a precaution. When the pressure on the heart was too great and could not be reduced in a short period of time, the ice spirit flower could be swallowed to freeze the blood flow and reduce the pressure on the heart, preventing the blood from necrosis. Using these 3 spirit plants together would undoubtedly increase the success rate. But in truth, the effect was still not as good as the heart-protecting flower. After all, although the effect of the heart-protecting flower was very short, only lasting for a week or so, it still had a very powerful protective effect on the heart during this period of time. The 3 heart-nourishing grass cost each an 800,000 top-ranked spirit stones. The spirit-melting grass cost 200,000, so 2 would be 400,000. The ice spirit flower was a bit cheaper, costing 80,000 each. The total cost was 1,280,000 top-rank spirit stones, which was several times more expensive than other spirit plants of the same rank. The reason why it was so expensive was because everyone knew that it was a supplementary item for breaking through to half-step king realm. Once one broke through to half-step king realm. Why would they care about 1 million top-ranked spirit stones? Let's wait and see. The heart-nourishing grass has a nurturing process, so it won't help me break through to half-step king realm in a short period of time. Once I find the heart-protecting flower, I will be able to do so soon. Yi Chen sighed. According to the map, he and Murong Qingcheng went to another street and entered one material store after another. The sun was setting in the west, and a day passed by quickly. Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had visited almost all of the material stores in Foursquare City, but couldn't find a single heart-protecting flower. However, they heard from a material store owner that a trace of a heart-protecting flower appeared in an auction half a year ago and was sold for a high price of 5 million top-ranked spirit stones. No matter where it was, the heart-protecting flower was a rare treasure. It was even rarer than some of the top-ranked materials and had a price but no market. After all, there were a lot of peak-level late C of Soul Realm experts in 5th rank and even 4th rank sections. Once there was a heart-protecting flower, they would go crazy over it. It was impossible for it to be found in the outside world. Therefore, there were a lot of people who had heard of the heart-protecting flower, but very few who had actually seen it. After walking around with Yi Chen, Murong Qingcheng also had some small gains. What she bought were all spirit plants with demonic nature. Their value was not high, and there were even some suspicions that it was a buy-one-get-one free deal. In the Elysium, there were very few people who cultivated demonic arts, and not many people who cultivated demonic arts. After buying dozens of materials, they only spent 100,000 top-ranked spirit stones, which was a free deal. After finding a restaurant with a courtyard, the two checked in. Night fell, and the cold wind whistled. Yi Chen was meditating in a special secret room in the restaurant. On the walls of the secret room, there were a few lamps which were very bright and not dazzling. After a while, Yi Chen opened his eyes and took out 3 stalks of heart-nourishing grass from his storage ring. These 3 stalks of heart-nourishing grass had different maturity levels. The most mature one was 5,200 years old, while the least mature one was only 3,300 years old. Picking out the least mature one, Yi Chen opened his mouth and inhaled. The medicinal power inside the heart-nourishing grass turned into a sparkling bloodlight and was sent into Yi Chen's mouth. Gulp! Once the sparkling bloodlight entered his body, it immediately stuck to the surface of his beating heart. Under his inner vision, Yi Chen could see that his heart was covered with a layer of blood clothes. This blood clothes kept on wriggling, and some of the blood strands seeped into his heart, nourishing it. After about half a cup of tea's time, Yi Chen felt a chill in his heart, which was then followed by a wave of heat. The cold and heat kept on coming, and it was hard to tell whether it was the cold or the heat. In the end, Yi Chen decided to just ignore it and let the heart-nourishing grass nourish his heart. Time passed by day after day. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng had stayed for 3 days. In these 3 days, the 3,300 years old heart-nourishing grass had already absorbed half of its medicinal power into Yi Chen's heart. Yi Chen could clearly feel that his heart had become a lot stronger. Although its beating frequency did not change, it was more powerful than before. On this day, Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng came to a tea house in the central square of Foursquare City. This tea house was very unusual. The people who came to drink tea were all experts who wanted to form a team. As for why they wanted to form a team, it was naturally to explore the ruins. There were too many dangers in the ruins. If they went alone, they would most likely die in there. Chapter 782. As soon as Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng entered the tea house, they didn't join in the fun. Instead, they found a window seat and sat down, ordering 2 cups of tea. The tea house was huge, divided into 4 floors. The center was hollow, so one could see the fourth floor from the first floor and the first floor from the fourth floor. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng were on the east side of the second floor. Although there were a lot of people in the tea house, there wasn't any noise. Everyone was like Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng, sitting at their seats and drinking tea with their eyes closed. Others had arranged to enter the secret chambers of each floor to discuss matters. Everything seemed to be in order. 2 guests, your tea. The footsteps of the waiter were very light. When he arrived in front of Yi Chun, he said softly. Yi Chun nodded and told the waiter to put down the tea. The freshly brewed tea was slightly hot. Yi Chun picked it up and blew on it a few times. Using this opportunity, he shifted his gaze and started to observe the people in the tea house. There was nothing much to see on the first floor. Everyone was at the Sea of Soul realm, and there wasn't a single half-step king. Yi Chen's gaze first fell on the second floor. On the second floor, there was only one person who caught Yi Chen's attention. It was the yellow-robed woman sitting on the west side. She looked to be in her 30s, and her face was tender and beautiful. Her nose was high, and her eyes were pitch black with a hint of deep yellow. Her gaze was very scattered, and it was hard to tell where her focus was. What caught Yi Chen's attention was not her appearance, but the extremely well-hidden strange aura on her body. This kind of aura was like a maggot in one's bones, extremely feminine. I wonder what kind of demonic beast cultivated it. Yi Chen thought to himself. Just as Yi Chun was sizing up the yellow-robed woman, she seemed to have sensed something. She turned her head toward Yi Chun, revealing a gentle yet chilling smile. Not to be trifled with. Yi Chun gave him a label. Compared to the second floor, there were undoubtedly more people worthy of attention on the third floor. There were twin brothers sitting by the railing. One was as majestic as a tower, while the other was as sturdy as a bull. Both of them wore copper earrings on their left and right ears respectively. There was a middle-aged scholar who was holding a sword and resting with his eyes closed. There was a haggard old woman with a sinister aura. There was a bald fatty with a tattoo on his head. There was also a strange old man wearing a raincoat. There are dozens of peak half-step kings in this tea house, and I can't see through 7 or 8 of them. I'm afraid they are close to strongest half-step kings. Murong Qingcheng was also observing the people in the tea house. Yi Chen said, the yellow-clothed woman on the second floor and the old man in the raincoat on the third floor should be the strongest. The others aren't weak either. They're all rare powerhouses. Among the ones worth paying attention to, the yellow-robed woman and the raincoat old man posed the greatest threat to Yi Chen. Even if they weren't strongest half-step kings, they wouldn't be far off. My eyesight is still a bit worse than yours. I don't see anything wrong with these two. Murong Qingcheng sized up the yellow-robed woman and the old man again, and couldn't help but lightly shake her head. She didn't have the frightening intuition that Yi Chen had. Yi Chen chuckled. Based on my first impression, there might be some oversights. Perhaps there are even more hidden ones. The tea house was very quiet. From time to time, a group of people would walk out of the secret pavilion and leave the tea house. The number of people in the tea house was getting fewer and fewer, and it was getting quieter and quieter. Look, that yellow-robed woman has been invited away. Murong Qingcheng said. Yi Chen looked over and saw that the one who invited the yellow-robed woman was a waiter of a tea house. He led the woman to a secret pavilion on the third floor. Soon after, the door of the pavilion closed, and the waiter walked out. Half a cup of tea's time later, the twin brothers were also invited into the secret pavilion. Another half a cup of tea's time later, the servant walked in front of Murong Qingcheng. Miss, the owner of the secret pavilion invites you for a chat. Oh, Murong Qingcheng wasn't surprised at all. After all, Everyone came to the tea house for the same purpose, which was to form a team and explore the ruins together. I'm with him. Murong Qingcheng knew that with Yi Chen's cultivation base, he would be looked down upon. In this world, how many people could be like Yi Chen, who could kill people with higher realms as if they were eating? Those who saw him for the first time would think that he could compete with ordinary half-step kings at most. Whether he could win or not was another matter. The servant obviously got the hint. Then let's go together. Following the servant, the two arrived at the door of the secret pavilion on the 3rd floor. With a creaking sound, the secret pavilion's door opened, and Yi Chen and Murong Qingcheng walked in. Seems like there is a soul stone array inlaid on the wall. Entering the secret pavilion, Yi Chen didn't find anything mysterious. Instead, his soul power could seep out, but outside, his soul power couldn't sense the situation inside. Inside the secret pavilion sat 9 people. Apart from the yellow-robed woman and the twin brothers, there were 2 young men, 1 middle-aged woman, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 old man. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man. His face was bronze, and his skin had a metallic texture. His eyes were shining brightly like 2 shining black gems, more black than white. What's going on? Can a peak late sea of soul realm warrior join our team? Don't you think he'll drag us down? The middle-aged woman with a mean expression muttered, "Hee hee, kid, you've come to the wrong door." One of the twin brothers grinned. The 2 youths had different expressions. One had a sneer on his face, while the other was expressionless. His eyelids were drooping, as if he didn't care about anything. Meanwhile, the yellow-faced man with a lustful gaze was releasing his soul power without the slightest scruple, sweeping across Yi Chen as if he wanted to humiliate him. On the other hand, the tanned man and the yellow-robed woman didn't make a sound, calmly observing the situation. Humph! Yi Chen lightly snorted and counterattacked with his soul power. The yellow-faced middle-aged man felt his soul tremble, and his body went out of control. What shocked him was that Yi Chen's soul power seemed to carry a cutting intent, as if it was cutting into his soul. The feeling of being like a fish on a chopping board was not pleasant. Seeing that it was the yellow-faced man who was at a disadvantage, the others' gazes toward Yi Chen couldn't help but change. This yellow-faced man was a half-step king after all, and his soul power wouldn't be weak. Moreover, he had formed a soul membrane. Not many here could make him suffer a loss using soul power. Thus, they all inwardly looked at Yi Chen a bit more highly, and their attitudes were somewhat restrained, at least on the surface. "You too, please sit." The tanned man retracted his strange expression and indifferently said as he gestured with his palm. Murong Qingcheng nodded and reservedly sat down. Yi Chen's gaze swept past Lin Yuxuan, who was beside the tanned man, and calmly sat down without the slightest bit of restraint. "You too, I've already discussed with everyone here to explore some ruins, and they have all agreed. The reason I've invited you two is because you too look different from the others, and your strength is certainly not weak. As the saying goes, one more person is one more portion of strength." The tanned man hadn't paid much attention to Yi Chen at the beginning, and only wanted to invite Murong Qingcheng. But now, he naturally couldn't say that. Moreover, Yi Chen didn't look as weak as he looked. The yellow-faced man, as a half-step king, had actually suffered quite a bit of loss in soul power. This spoke volumes. Yi Chen said, "Continue." The tanned man and everyone present were somewhat astonished. Between the two, Yi Chen seemed to be the leader. Could it be that this Yi Chen really had some ability, or was it only in name? Clearing his throat, the tanned man said in a deep voice, "If you two agree, I'll continue. If you two don't agree, then please leave. For the time being, not many people know about the ruins I've discovered. This information can't be leaked. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng exchanged a glance. Then Yi Chun said in a deep voice, "We agree." "All right then." The bronze-skinned, middle-aged man smiled and said, "This relic is very large. The place I found is only a part of it, but even this part is not small. This relic is the relic of the True Water Palace." True Water Palace ruins. Yi Chun and Murong Qingcheng were at a loss. They'd never heard of it before. Lin Yuxuan interjected. True Water Palace was once the strongest fourth-grade sect in this ocean region. Its strength is not something any fourth-grade sect can compare to. In its most flourishing era, it had 13 life and death kings, and its master was one of the strongest titled monarchs at that time, True Water Emperor. 13 kings. True Water Emperor. Yi Chun was inwardly startled. This True Water Palace was indeed frightening at its peak. Nowadays, which sect could have 13 life and death kings? Not to mention a titled monarch, True Water Emperor. In ancient times, titled monarchs were genuine monarchs who could leave their marks on the emperor's scar steel. However, even the most flourishing sects would fall one day. The current True Water Palace was merely a pile of ruins, lying silently at the bottom of the ocean for countless years. There's something I'd like to tell everyone. This ruin is shrouded by a restriction, and for some reason, many frightening life forms have appeared inside. I've invited everyone to enter, so that we can take care of each other and smoothly take away the treasures inside. The bronze-skinned, burly man explained. All right, when do we leave? These kinds of ruins would usually have great weapons. So, Yi Chun did not hesitate and agreed right away, in order to avoid any accidents. And I'm also afraid that someone might leak the news. We'll leave the moment we leave the secret pavilion. Does anyone have any objections? The tan man's gaze swept the surroundings and asked, "What objections can we have? It doesn't matter when we leave." The twin brothers grinned. "Me neither." The cold-faced youngster nodded. The others naturally didn't have any objections. Wasn't the reason they came to Richlight Oceanspan to try their luck and obtain some treasures? All right, there's no rush for now. Everyone rest for a while. After drinking some tea, we'll leave together. The tan man didn't intend to invite anyone anymore. He nodded in satisfaction and lightly shook the bell in the secret pavilion, ordering people to bring tea and pastries. After drinking tea and eating some pastries, the tan man stood up and said, "Let's go."